Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, November the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. You guys in the main room can hear me. See my screen. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the same. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So if you got up early enough, this was an awesome one. STGW. Looks like it's an earnings play, and it is an earnings play, but I think the big deal is that they announced some kind of a deal with Palantir, announced partnership centered around an AI-driven platform for marketers. So that was really the big deal. I don't think it was anything to do with really earnings, because it would have been a mixed bag. Missed earnings by 13 cents. I mean, EPS, their revenue, yes, was up, but they did miss their EPS. But it's all about the Palantir deal, I guess. Thank you, C. Watt, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, what else? BYAA, this is a cheap one, under $1. So for those of you who don't mind playing these ones, to me, this has got some resistance around 63 cents. It is up 100%. Trying to see why. I don't see any specific reason why. China stock, 124 million shares have traded. Crazy, isn't it? 124 million shares have traded already. I don't see any specific reason for it, other than it's just a cheap China stock. A lot of earnings plays, guys, like a ton of earnings plays. FRGE is not one of them, but it is an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. Why is Charles Schwab? Oh, data processing. For some reason, I thought it was more of an industrial. So Charles Schwab is buying these guys, FRGE, buying them. You can see it's flatlining right now. So Charles Schwab. Let's see what reaction that has had, if any. Nah, not really. No, no big reaction. Yeah, well, there are some. You look at Duolingo. Yeah, the Duolingo just got creamed on earnings, down $70, 27%. It's interesting. These Morgan Stanley maintaining a target of $300. There's a lot of JP Morgan target of $300. Anyway, so Duolingo just getting hammered this morning on earnings. DUOL. As is, and you just mentioned Elf. Elf is getting also hammered this morning on earnings through the 200-day moving average. Where's Pepe? Pepe, are you in the room? Pepe, calling Pepe. The reason this is CELH, your favorite, down big on earnings. Look at this, sitting right on that 50 level. Well, I can't answer that. 156. Mine aren't, unless you might have to check your connection. Maybe it's your. Yeah, I have no idea why it's happening for you. How about others? 156 saying they're losing my scans, keep closing down, turning red, always losing their connections. Unless this is widespread, this is probably just kind of you. All right, Alto. I'm sure Alto. Yeah, unless I'm getting a lot of people saying the same thing, it's probably on your end. Might have to change browsers. Now, when you say turning red, are you talking about the ball turning red? You talking about right here? If you can see what I'm pointing at, you're talking about your trade ideas connection turning red, which is a big difference. That means there's something going on. All right. Do you have trade ideas? Do you have the web-based version open also? Okay. Or did you go to our web? You can only, man, I wish that we'd have a way in which you could have the web Not well, but the problem is it's real-time data, and so that's the problem. So it might be that. No, but do you have a red ball? Do you have a red ball or is it green? Can you see what I'm pointing at? Because if it's red, there's something going on with your trade ideas connection. Well, first of all, okay, first of all, you can only have are you okay, you can only have trade ideas. You cannot have our website open at the same time, okay? So you might have to close that down if you can find out where you've got it open, okay? In other words, if you're using I don't even know what I never go there. The what is it even called? The trade like if you have this open, if I can load it. Yeah, I've got an old link or something. The trade scope, the market 360 or whatever it's called, can have that open at the same time. Close market scope. Yeah, close market scope, okay? As well, there's no calling, okay? There's no calling. But if you've opened Market Scope, if you've gone to their browser and done anything in the browser with trade ideas, close it down. Okay, close it down. That's more than likely, unless you're new. Are you new today? You're not new today, are you? Because maybe you haven't filled out the exchange agreements. Okay, so but if that ball is red and everything is, then if you can just find out in your browser, close anything you've opened with trade ideas, Market Scope. Okay, close it down. More than likely, that's the reason. All right, guys, let me keep trying to talk a little bit more about these earnings plays. I know Sky T is an earnings play. Okay, if that worked, please let me know if that worked. Okay, it's a common error. Close out anything you've got in the browser. Okay, just do me a favor. Anything you've got in the browser. Okay, so if you've got anything open in your browser, okay, that has anything to do with trade ideas, close it down. If you want this, then that ball. Now, the other thing you can try to do, but I don't know if that actually works. Just keep trying to reset the connection. I wish that would work. Just reset the connection several times and see if that overrides whatever you've got going on in the browser. Well, I'm not saying close everything down and like not everything in your browser, just anything trade ideas related. Okay, I don't mean everything. I mean just anything that's trade ideas related. You should know what is trade ideas related. Okay. Okay, same with you. Man, we're getting all these issues. Cosmic Waffles problem, more than likely, is that you haven't completed the exchange agreements correctly. Okay, so this is what I would do. So go to info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and give them your email address and say I'm having trouble loading the platform. Okay, and they'll probably look at your account and they'll probably they'll be able to instantly see whether or not the exchange agreements were filled out correctly. This is something that everybody has to do. It's not just us. Okay, the exchanges need to know whether or not you are a professional, and if you are a professional, they're going to charge you for the connection to their to New York and Amex and Nasdaq. Okay, and everybody does it. Your brokerage platform does it. Anything that gives you real time data, and you have to do it once a year. You're going to get an email from us probably 2 weeks before your date, like your annual, whenever you signed up. Every year it has to be done. Believe me, we don't want to put people through it, but we've got no choice because we get audited. Another one that's getting cratered here, ASPN. ASPN. This is an earnings play. Okay, yeah, ASPN is an earnings play. I was looking to see if there's anything else, but it's just an earnings play in the very active sector, the polystyrene foam product manufacturing sector. All right, guys. So the spy. No, okay, this is stuck. I thought so. This is stuck. Okay, I'm going to have to get a new chart up. I don't know why it's stuck, but it is stuck. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, so right now, the SPY is basically flat. It's down 7 cents. So the SPY is basically flat. Interesting reaction to earnings for Dupont, guys. DD. It The initial reaction, it got up to 41. I don't know on how much volume, but up to 41.52. Then all the way back down to 35.94. Then it's been recovering all morning. So it's basically flat. I didn't even know. Remember, I was going to hold this one. I didn't even know it was an earnings play. I'm glad I didn't hold it. Well, I'd be okay, but I did not know it was an earnings play today. Yeah, Moderna is an earnings play. Company looking for deals to fund development of its EBV vaccine. Okay. So Moderna's an earn. Again, I have no idea if they were. So this is what it says. I mean, it posts a Q3 beat, even as weak vaccine sales drive revenue slump, but it was a Q3 beat. So somebody said, wonder why it went up. Well, I guess that's the reason. Though it's interesting, it's guiding FY revenue below the consensus. So that's interesting. YouTube Room, OTRKB. How am I able to pull up any trade I want? I'm only familiar with clicking on one. Well, you mean how to get a trade in a chart? How to get so if I want is that what you mean? So if I wanted to get Microsoft here, so I left click on the chart just so the system knows I'm in this chart. I just start typing. Is that what you mean? So I need a further explanation of your question, perhaps. And can you hear me? I'm only talking to OTRK. Excuse me. Just give me a moment. I'm just talking to OTRKB in our YouTube room. He had a question. I just want to know if you can hear me. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm just talking about the one person. You can hear me. This is an earnings play also, guys, but I looked at this and I thought there might be too much resistance moving up. Well, guys, when you ask me a question, really helps to not have me on mute or okay. 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 So again, I don't understand your question. I clicked on Moderna, or maybe I typed it in. I can't even remember if I just typed it in. Okay, but I think what you're saying is, of course, if I click on any symbol here, FTEL as an example, it's going to load into my charts. Okay, and it's going to load into these three time frames because I've got them on symbol linking. If I want to find a stock that I'm not clicking on, if that's what you mean, you just left click on the chart so the system knows what chart you're in, and then you just start typing. Now, usually what happens, I would say 99.9% of the time, when you start typing, the change symbol box will show up. Okay. I just typed in M, Macy's, so I can click on change or I can hit my enter on the toolbar on my keyboard and Macy's will be in here. Okay. Is that what you mean? Now, if it's not showing up when you start typing, then you might have to hit your space bar on your keyboard. Okay. And then the box pops up. Is that what you mean? Okay, guys. Hopefully that made sense to you, OTR. Okay, guys, quickly, I'm going to look. The market was up yesterday, so I want to see what happened with energy, XLE. Oh, good. Okay, fantastic. So XLE closed above the 200-day moving average, still hovering around though. Consumer staples, the weakest sector, continues to, well, at least it stopped moving down, but it's still the weakest sector. If you look at the 200-day moving average, okay, it's the one that's most under the 200-day moving average. Another earnings play, guys. Marquetta, tons and tons of earnings plays. I'm somewhat interested in this Dupont if it gets a bid over 40. Right now it's 39.65, 39.75. Okay, it is an earnings play. I didn't realize it. It's an interesting morning to say the least. $41 high, $35, $36 low. So pretty a big range in the pre-market. Again, I have no idea how many shares were up here, but okay, guys, time for me to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So the first thing I'm going to do is save my layout as always first. Donut's also an earnings play. I'm hearing it, guys. DNUT is also an earnings play. I just thought there might be too much resistance not that far away, but it could turn because of the short flow percent. You know, who knows? Some groups may get a hold of it. Okay, so here are the top six in that list that I had before, and the other my other layout. Pre-market actives up. I had 15. These are the top six. I believe they're probably all earnings plays. Well, this is a buyout, I think. Yeah, this is a buyout by Schwab, FRGE. Let's take a look at FTEL. Not an earnings play. Interesting. A lot of resistance or just over, well, around the four level. Not an earnings play that I can see anyway. Look at the volume. You kidding me? 30 million and only 400,000 in the short in the float after the company announced a $50 million financing to support its new AI driven robotics venture. Okay, I didn't see this one. I did see it, but I didn't click on it for some reason. So again, four to me between the current price of 344 and four and a little bit above four looks like there's a lot of resistance, potential resistance. Good question, Andrea. Too bad he didn't send you or the person didn't send you a cloud link, just a cloud link. What does it look like? Does it look like if you know what a cloud link looks like? Do you know what it do you but I'll, that they probably knows, is it WTI? I know what you mean, that's the extension for layouts, but so it's a file. Too bad it's not a cloud link, I mean, it's so much easier. This looks like this is a buyout, guys. It looks like Garden, GDEN. All right, how do you load it? Well, I haven't done that for years and years and years, so probably have to put it in the trade ideas, directory or something. Asking the question, okay, Andrea, I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't done that for, well, maybe ever? I'm asking the question. Next time that happens, so if anybody's gonna share anything with you, Andrea, ask him to send you the cloud link. It is way simpler. Okay, so far, here are some of the steps. So you go to File, Load Layout / Window, and then no, he's saying no, actually. Okay, Chris, I'm asking Chris all this. Okay, so he says no now. This is something we just haven't done for. I haven't seen that question for. Oh, right, LTI is our extension, not WTI. Yeah, are you sure it's not LTI? Well, William, somebody said there. Somebody sent them a WTI file, and they want to load it. Yeah, it's LTI, not WTI. I'm just looking. Everything ends in LTI, not our layouts. If you can contact your friend again, get him to send you a cloud link, though. So do what Pepe is saying, though. Is it? I I I thought I recognized WTI. Also, guys, I got to get going here. Sorry. Well, I'm not leaving. Mark's 9:30 is coming fast. 30 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I don't usually trade in the first 15. I may make an exception if I see something interesting right off the bat, but I typically do not trade in the first 15. Look at the CEL. Wow, it took out 50 like nothing. That was one I was really considering if it took out 50, but it's already taken it out. This is an earnings play, CELH, earnings play. Snap is not pins, I know, but Snap is an earnings play also, guys. But here's Pinterest. So yesterday's got knocked down severely on earnings yesterday. High yesterday was 26.81, so it's getting close to that high. Yeah, the SPY a little bit of a drop now, guys, from the highs here. Pre-market high 679, so it's been fading for a while now. I don't see anything. I didn't see anything on the economic calendar today. But the SPY's been fading since what time is that? 8:35 Eastern. So about an hour of fade. Boy, I looked hard. I really, I actually got it pretty early for myself. I was here. I was up at 7 o'clock Eastern time. That's 4 o'clock my time. And boy, I was looking at this STGW, trying to figure out a way to short it. Like where? It's more about the where, every time this kept happening, I thought maybe here, maybe here. I didn't do it. Now, eventually, of course, yeah, when it hit 9, great short if you did it. But I found it very difficult to try to figure out, well, where is it going to top out? Well, I probably should have even looked at that. Well, no, I thought it was 10. I was hoping it was actually going to get closer to 10. Then I thought, okay, just do it at 10, around 10. And if it pops over 10 again, you're out. But anyway, well, you're right. Even here, the break. You're right. The breakdown below the VWAP would have been a nice area. Earnings play, guys. FSLY is an earnings play. Come on, FSLY is an earnings play. Nice pop. Already popped a lot in the pre-market. Moving more now. Well, look at Dupont. 39. Well, it actually the spread got really good. It was 39.90 40, but first halted. Well, this was halted because of news. UAVS halted because of news. Just yeah, I don't know what the news is yet. Not yet. News pending. I don't know. Is this an earnings play? MGNI, probably. MGNI. Another earnings play, guys. Moving down on earnings. Okay, guys, moving down on earnings. MGNI moving down on earnings. And the next low on a monthly chart got lots of room. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to watch this one underneath 14. And that's the MGNI. Okay, definitely watching this one. Okay. MGNI moving down on earnings, hanging underneath that whole number, 14. Down to 3. So I'm going to put a price alert around 1384 and see if it takes that out again in that area. Okay. All right, guys. Now the spread is a little bit wonky, but I'm talking about the MGNI. Now, for me, these are going to be quick trades. I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. Okay, I'm taking some off. Just in case it bounces. Okay, I'm in this. I'm in this MGNI short. I don't like trading in the first 15, but this is probably just going to be maybe a scalp for me to see. I have to see what happens right here at 1350. Wow, gotta get rid of all these. Lazy. Okay, guys, just got to watch this in case it bounces. Okay, the MGNI. Okay, I'm out of it completely. Okay, spread got a. I get. I don't. The spread is just sort of widening, and I'm out of it completely. Quick early trade on a short. Nothing fantastic, but well, it maybe later, Joseph. Maybe later, but for me, I just decided to take. I've been doing this a little bit more in the first 15 minutes, but I'm out of it now. This is another earnings play, guys. The Honest Company, HNST, just got absolutely creamed on earnings, also down 29%. You mentioned, Obi, you mentioned Beyond in the pre market. I did see that little post of yours, and I see Beyond is, for whatever reason, having a jump here. Look at the volume coming in. Okay, XPAV, probably not an earnings play. XPAV, China EV, of course. I think Penn is an earnings play, though. Penn is an earnings play. PENN, gaming stock, Penn Entertainment. This is an earnings play. Boy, crashing down through the 200-day moving average. I'm probably going to regret being out of my MGNI short, but boy, look at Beyond Meat just ripping here, guys, for no reason. More than likely, no reason. Is the fact that it was so active a couple of weeks ago. Other earnings play, BGS, but to me, it's coming into a lot of resistance on the daily chart. I think Western Union might be an earnings play. WU, let's take a look. Or it was an earnings play a while back. Yeah, it was a earnings. Actually, it's interesting. It's a nice continuation play off earnings. You can see the day it had earnings, the reaction was here. on the 24th, October 24th, and it's had obviously a pullback here, but still fairly strong. That's Western Union, WU. FTEL, shady in the FTEL. Okay, could be a group. So what this means is he's going to take it if it gets over 350. Okay, so it did not trigger. This is the one that crazy, crazy low float. 420,000 in the float, 44 million have traded already. Float turnover is 104. This could be the record, guys. This could turn into be the record. The record meaning float turnover. Again, you take the float, divide the float into the volume, and get you that ratio 105. No, I know. Oh, I'm sorry. It was not. It was okay. You and Rascal do the same thing a lot of times. Sorry, Shady. Yeah. So that was Rascal. I think. Well, as I said. Oh, MU. I thought you were talking WU. You know what? I'm now hung up, and I think I know why. I think I know what happens now. Yeah, I am hung up, which is not a big deal. I mean, it's so early. Yeah. 10, yeah, well, 9:40, 9:40 Eastern time. Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna have to. I know now. I sort of understand why it's if you type something weird into the chart. I mean, it shouldn't happen, but just give me a moment, okay? I'm gonna have to. Just give me a moment, guys. I just have to reload. Not a big deal. I think I know exactly what happened, though. And I mean, it shouldn't happen, but and I'll explain to you, Pepe. Oh man, our AI went crazy right at between 9:41 and 9:43. Went crazy. Probably a bunch of earnings plays. I think cold is an earnings play. Well, I'm glad. See, I got out of that MGNI. That was just a quick trade. So this is what I think happened, Pepe. I started typing in MU, and I think I accidentally hit another, like, the comma or something like that. And I think that it's not necessarily just the comma, but something else. And that is, and that I've noticed is what can cause the system to freeze up, which is crazy. Anyway, the question was, how come Micron's moving? Don't know. It's not an earnings play. You're right, December 17th. It always seems to be something that I've done in the chart. Okay, earnings play, guys. DLX is an earnings play. Deluxe. I'm just checking our AI. I want to see how many, another earnings play. I know Porch is an earnings play. PRCH usually is an earnings play. MGNI is an earnings play. Take a look at Verdun. Is not an earnings play. Okay, so Viridian is not an earnings play. Raised, interesting. Goldman's raising the price target to 40 from 30 for VRDN. CDE, is this an earnings play? I'm just checking the RAI. I want to see how many earnings plays there are. That's not an earnings play. And so only two of them are not earnings plays. That's why we're so active. All right, guys, Cure now is QURE. This is, of course, was beaten up 3 days ago. It's above yesterday's high now. The high next high is 32.38. Been super active. Big range. Look at that, $7 range. I've also pared down the amount of stuff I see in my single stock window, because really all I care about is, okay, obviously where it is in position today. I want to see the lifetime, and I kept the 2 year in terms of positions. All right, guys. So I didn't. Well, I missed this one. Too bad. Nice one right off the bat from our AI DLX earnings play. It kept moving higher. No pullback yet. And the market. So the market is now, yeah, ever since 835 has been fading. So it did have a little pop here. Herbalife, is this an earnings play? HLF. And the answer is yes. Herbalife is an earnings play. Okay, how is that FTL doing? Mhm. Yeah, well, when I saw this, I mean, got up to 345, big pullback underneath the VWAP, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably it's a good thing. Is this Fisker, the old Fisker? No, no. I think they went completely out of business. So, but this is FSK, another earnings play, guys. FSK, but look left. I mean, 1606 is the next high, and after that, the next high is 1637. Maybe a little too close. Aspen is an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, Aspen's an earnings play, continuing to move down. KMPR, probably an earnings play. KMPR, another earnings play. Question yesterday, well, how do I know they're earnings plays? Well, a couple of things. If you look at our chart and you see a yellow line, that means it's an earnings play. Probably they released earnings after hours yesterday. So for me, earnings plays are stocks that released earnings after hours the day before, or of course this morning before 9:30. Those are earnings plays for me. You can also tell in my single stock window. That's why I have the earnings date column, and there it says November 5th, post market. So that's how I know these are earnings plays. Give me one moment, guys. Okay. So Elf, just give me. Man, I'm just trying to. I'm just rearranging a couple of things on my other monitor. Okay, so WD is an earnings play. This is at the low now. WD is an earnings play at the low. No, I think it just shows up automatically. But let me check. I think it shows up automatically. Now only on a daily chart, okay? But I'm pretty sure not in the indicators, properties, not in properties, so you don't have to worry about that. I think it just shows up automatically. Well, it has to be an earnings play, of course. Ah. No, it appears on the browser, version. So, type in DLX, get DLX up and running. I don't think it, is any sort of an option, but maybe it is. It's not here. Doesn't say anything about earnings here. Now, I mean, I'm assuming you're on a, reasonably. Now, I notice you're using dark theme. That shouldn't matter though. But it's interesting. It just disappeared for me for some reason. You have a little E down here though? What version of trade? I mean, this has been around for a long time now. So, what version of trade ideas do you have? If you click on help and about, what version? You probably want to. I'm on a development version, but if you have 5 point, I don't know, 7 something, you should have. You do have the latest version. Well, yeah, but I should know. I don't think it's an option. I think it just shows up. Obviously, not here. Not in properties. Nothing to do with earnings here. And I didn't think it was an option. No explanation. I don't know. I don't know why it's not showing up. Yeah. So, CE1 in our YouTube room, you can't get any sort of an alert, audible alert, for TradeWave. Okay. I know Dan was in the room yesterday. I don't know if anybody has asked him that question about getting, literally getting a sound alert. So it's not a matter of even getting, yeah, it's not even a matter of getting a certain amount of volume on it. It's, you won't get a sound alert at all when the buy or sell flag shows up. Okay. Can't do it. Wish we could. Geo is an earnings play. Now it's interesting now. For me, I'm getting the E, but I'm not getting the yellow line. What have you done to me, Rick? Oh man. But I do see the E, so I know it's an earnings play. I know it's an earnings play down here. I didn't really pay that much attention to the yellow line because I've got my single stock window, and that's what I really concentrate on. Now, when you say the reentry, you mean when people load this window that you have these columns? I don't know if he ignored you on purpose because I've asked and he said, "Yeah." So you're talking about, yeah, because I don't know what most people see when they load it for the first time. No idea. Okay, I have no idea, but this is it should be mandatory. When people load this strategy trades all window, these columns, at least the reentry price, but I would say the time absolutely should be mandatory or part of the default. Now I'm getting the yellow line. uh, well, now look at MGNI. So okay, so CE1. Did you hear my answer to you? Unfortunately, you cannot do that. Yeah, market's just not really. Well, now is that the market's down 4, so yeah, market's not happy right now. High 679 in the pre-market, and it's been basically, except for this little area here, basically been fading all day. Okay, guys, take a look at now. The interesting thing for me with the market doing what it's doing is to see anything that's green here. Now, I know BGS is an earnings play, but I mean, there's just well, maybe not. Ooh, this is interesting. Now, look at this monthly chart. Look at all the highs on the monthly chart, right around the current price, approximately. Takes out 5. It's got room on a monthly chart anyway. That's a big move. May be parabolic right now. So I wouldn't take it now, but this is certainly bucking the trend. When you say change the trade wave, what do you mean by that exactly, though? I'm not sure, like the EMA days. Well, we don't have EMA, but are you talking about, though, going in here and talking about this, like how you can manage this in the settings? So you know how to do this, but you want for the money machine, like change the settings in the money machine itself. Well, as you know, I don't use the money machine at all because, but let me see. Let's see if there's a, probably not, no way. You probably have to somehow bring your own in. Where is TradeWave in here? I don't even see it anymore. So you can only change the time frame, as Pepe is saying. I don't even see a TradeWave in here. I know it used to be. or is it up here? Oh, I see. Biggest gainers right here. Yeah, there's no. I don't think there's any way to. You can't edit it. But ultimately, I guess, ultimately, there'll be a way in which you can bring in your own. I guess ultimately down the road. Well, it's been a nice AI alert, guys. It's been pretty steadily up. DLX. Oh man, and here's a really nice reentry on missing the boat on these. Nice reentry on the AMSC. Had the alert, hit the stop price, got the reentry price at 43.91. Look at it now, $40. Speaking about a turn, how is Duolingo doing now? Duol. Did it have any sort of a bounce in it? The answer is not really. The low of the day, whoops, the low of the day. Well, I guess it did a little $4 bounce, but this is just getting hammered down on earnings. Now, this might be in bounce mode coming up, guys. Blaze, BLZE, it's an earnings play coming into the 200-day moving average. 667 or so is the 200-day moving average. So I don't know, maybe this might be an interesting one to as a bounce play. Wonder if this URGN, is this an earnings play? URGN, little green here, URGN. And the answer is yes, this is an earnings play. High today was around 20. I'll put a price alert in that area. I know it sounds, look at that though. The spread is awful. 1971, 2017. I'm going to just forget about it. This one, Voyager, was a earnings play a few days ago, continuing down. All right, guys. Wow, 10:09 already. I will go over my homepage and including all the information scans, things like that that I am sharing. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can get 15% off. Grab the darn thing and there. Okay. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of whatever subscription you choose, either our standard or our premium. Okay. All I ask is that when you do take out, if and when you do take out a subscription, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. When I say rooms, I moderate a YouTube room and this room, the trading room, at the same time. So before I keep going, first of all, welcome to the rooms. If you're new to all this, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. So what happens in the what I call the main room, the trading room, that gets open at around quarter to seven, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And I open the YouTube room sometime usually between 8:30 and 8:40. It's a little earlier today. I did get up earlier. I get on the mic at 9 Eastern time. So why am I not opening this room at quarter to seven? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada. Too early. So that's why Obi opens the trading room at around quarter to seven. Okay. So you can come in. There are people in there talking stocks, posting information. There's no screen sharing, and I'm not on the mic again until 9 o'clock. Now, I usually go to sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. I will always stay later if there are questions. But even after I leave, most of the time, William in the trading room will keep the room open after I leave. Maybe sometimes, depending on what's happening with earnings, maybe all the way to 4 o'clock. So on a big day, the main room is open from quarter to seven to 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Now I have to shut down YouTube when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30. But you can always come into the main room. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, now this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, so you can ask me questions. If it's an accounting type question, more than likely I will not be able to answer it, but I will be able to direct you to people who can. And the reason I can't answer an accounting type question is because I don't have access to your accounts. But obviously the account people in accounting do. So I can just direct you to them. Give me one moment. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down to the bottom, you'll see something that says keep it simple, get the trade of the week. This is free. So you'll get the trade of the week before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay, before you contact us. Next step, if you do take out a subscription, if you do take out a subscription, first thing you have to do is go to the education section and scroll down and the getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos that'll get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering is this something that you might want to try? You can start off with that second video and go to the end. And that should give you a good enough idea whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. That's what I would do before you would even commit to a month. You have to understand what the program's all about. It may or may not be what you're looking for. Back to basics if you're new to trading. 15 videos for you, all free if you're new to trading. Okay. And last, if you're looking for the information from me, some of my scans, information you're seeing on my monitor that I'm displaying. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. Halts resumes. Yeah, not very active today. Halts resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And these are some races that you might want to take a look at. I have a large cap race, then another race that has nothing to do with market cap or float. These are some scans that I've got. You can take a look at. I do not have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. They're a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. So, any questions about these? Feel free to ask. So I see you guys are looking at Stag W or STGW, the potential long. So I mean, the VWAP's above it, 734, but that's far enough away that if you took it now, I guess that's certainly far enough away, even if it gets stalled. All right, so let's take a look at some of these. Oh, this is a news halt. Okay, TKC is actually a news halt. I'll get. I'll let somebody else try to pronounce that one. I can do the first. I can do the first one. Turkcell. Let me try this. Yella, Yellacitum. Yellacitum. Yetta. I don't know how you pronounce the LL and if it's sort of the Spanish, yeah, the Yetasim or Letacim, and then his Metieri or till. That's an L, not an I. Anyway, it's TKC. TKC is halted for news. Now ENGS was halted and it came down off that halt. Oh, I know it's well. I assumed it was Turkish because it has Turkish in the name, but I just don't know how in Turk in that language how the LLs are pronounced. If it's the same as the Spanish. Thank you, Rick. Okay, guys, time for me to start looking at something that how ugly is this one? This Moonlake Immunotherapeutics. How ugly is this one? I can't remember exactly what happened here. If this was a true, yeah, this is a Swiss stock. I thought it might have been a China stock, but it's not. It's a Swiss stock. I can't remember what happened here. Ah, 926. No, this is. I don't know if it was a dividend or something. Absolutely, if it got absolutely hammered down. I'm continuing to watch the DD. I have a feeling if we can get a bid right now, if we can get a bid over 40, I haven't seen a bid over 40 today for it. That might have a bit of a run in it. It's an earnings play. It was very very active in the pre-market. Got all the way down to about 35. That's 845. It actually got a little bit above 40. So I'm going to put a price alert there. But I would need that bid. Sometimes the bid is widened. Right now, it's not bad. Well, obviously not bad at all. I'd like to see a bid of over 40. And again, this is not a knockdown. This is I don't know if I'm correctly calling it a spin-off, but Q. This is what emerged from DD. You know what? You might want to take a look at this over 100. Other earnings play, guys. BKTI. It's got some room. 86.27. Oh, oh my! Are you kidding me? 24,000 shares have traded. That's insane. Normally, when a company has earnings, I mean, obviously it doesn't trade very much normally. But normally, again, when a company has earnings, at least that day, there's a little enthusiasm. I mean, it's up 14%, $10, but and it's a low, low float. I'm surprised that that's it in terms of volume. 24,000 shares, crazy. Okay, now you're starting to see we're getting some green now. Okay, and that sort of corresponds with what the market's doing. The market's right at the VWAP, the SPY anyway. The SPY is at the VWAP. Not an earnings play. Okay, Halliburton on the move here. And some news today or yesterday, after hours actually, winning an integrated drilling service contract for all offshore Nigeria gas field. Nigeria, okay. Janus is an earnings play, moving down right now on earnings through the 200-day moving average, underneath that whole number. This is maybe how much volume? A ton of volume, nine times normal, but not a ton of volume. Big float, 133 million in the float. Probably not going to be dynamic enough. I wouldn't mind shorting it, but it had that little pop into the wave. It got rejected. Yeah, 39.66, 39.70 now for DD DuPont, and I'm going to wait to see if it you know gets a bit of 40, a little over 40. Would have run this. We've seen this one almost every single day. ROIV, virtually every single day up. A couple of little red bars there, but virtually every single day up from October 14th. I think uh, I think Dan said in the next build. Question is support and resistance lines. I think Dan said they should be back in the next build. I think that's what he said yesterday in the YouTube room when he was doing his 12 to 1. Weren't you there, Michelle? I guess not. I listened to actually several chunks of it. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, he said next build. I don't know what happened. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, they were there, and then a build comes out, they get disappeared. They get disappeared. That's not great English. They just disappeared. I wish there was more room on this one. 20 this Ryanair, another earnings play. When I say room, I'm just looking left to see what where it could stall. You know what? I mean, I'm gonna, that's not that far away. 23.58. Because if it does take that out, then 20 it would have over a dollar to the next high. Is this an earning? This is okay. This AF okay, AFJK. I guess this was a trying to figure out what happened here. Big pop yesterday. I don't recall this one. I mean, I thought maybe this was not trading as AFJK, but it was. It's a blank check company. Okay, so it's a SPAC. Huge move. At least it says it's a SPAC. Maybe it's not a SPAC anymore, and this is what it became. Because it looks like it's not typically how a SPAC is named. So, guys, yeah, I like this RYN, but yeah, so keep an eye on this. I mean, if it does take out 23.58, not that far away, it's an earnings play RYN. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Looking left on the next high. Ugh, so STWG did not. I'm sorry, STGW did not do it. I can't remember if you guys were actually in it or waiting for a trigger, but did not do it. Short available for me at Interactive Brokers. Shorts available 580,000. It's not. It's an earnings play, but that's not the reason. It had some kind of a partnership with Palantir, PLTR. That was the reason for the move, in my opinion. Not because it's an earnings play. Look at the volume, 55 million. Big float though, 106 million. That's why it's a tremendous move, getting up to almost $9 with that sort of a float. All right, William, Meta testing the VWAP. Will it get through? Well, let's see. Oh, I see. Testing the VWAP on the what's underneath. So there's an earnings play that obviously was not good and continuing down. I saw Canada Goose yesterday, and it is an earnings play today. Canada Goose is an earnings play today. Now, this is interesting to me. Almost an all-time low. Well, not okay, not exactly, but underneath the whole number, the next low looking left on the weekly chart, monthly chart, about $1 away. Hmm. Definitely interesting to me, guys. Underneath the VWAP. Well, they're not getting me. I mean, it's down 16%. I went in at 11.85. It did not get a fill. Held it there for about 20 seconds. So the uptick will. There are plenty of shorts of. Excuse me. Plenty of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So that's not the issue. Yeah. It's this uptick rule. I tried again at 83. Held it there for about 10 seconds. The bid was there for about 10 seconds. Did not get a fill. Maybe a good thing I don't feel like chasing it anymore, though. But maybe, this is what I was talking about. I was in at the bid. Okay, guys, just looking at some. Wow, the cipher, which has been a very difficult intraday trader, in my opinion, giving up 23 again. Okay, so it's below the low of yesterday, which was about 20. What low yesterday was 29, 22.69. So it's kind of at the low of yesterday. Am I right? 22.69 was the low yesterday, so it's right there. Takes it out in a big way. The next low is 2016. So, okay, Steve. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to maybe take a short on this thing, but there's a lot of room underneath. But I would have to take out yesterday's low again, which is it got down there. 22.61 is today's low. But a great reentry on the AMSC. Had an early alert on it. It hit the stop within 5 minutes. The entry, the alert was at 9:41. It hit the stop at 9:46, I guess. And we had a reentry. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Right there, reentry price 43.91. If you don't have this column, please add it. If you have our AI, Anybody listening to me wondering, well, I don't know what you mean by reentry, please add the column. I'm saying they're all going to work, but boy, this is fantastic one. And you can get an audible alert, okay, in the AI on both the original alert price and also the reentry price. You'll get an audible alert, so you won't miss it. I missed it because I don't know what I was doing, but I know what I was doing. I think I was answering some questions. Was that the reentry price? The reentry time was 9:47. Boy, considering shorting this one now, the IFR, it took out yesterday's low. See the nonsense. Look at this nonsensical one now. This is the nonsense trade of the day or stock of the day, AFJK. And now look, here's the halt. So I haven't explained this blue window that you're seeing here. This is from Trade Ideas. Sorry, it is not from Trade Ideas. It is not from Trade Ideas. It's from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price, 34.65. Potential open. Hard to believe it'll open at 40. Just give me one moment. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that'll be a really easy one to answer. Sudipta in our YouTube room. So more than likely, I'm gonna use. Well, let me see. Almost for sure, this is a top list window I have for my earnings plays. Okay, this is to be up anyway. If you go to time frame, okay, so right click on your top list. Okay, well, there's a couple things that it could be. Click on the time frame. Make sure you've got live during live always. Okay, number one. In fact, I'm wrong. Okay, I am wrong. I know why. You've got the relative volume filter more than likely. Okay, when you look at your filters that you've got, it's not in here, but the relative volume filter more than likely is one of the filters that you're using. Okay, I'm just using this top list as an example. Okay, because if you have the relative volume filter in any scan, either in a top list window or an alert window, if it's active in the pre-market, you're using it, you'll get no data. And then you're right. Once the market opens, you'll start getting data. So you just have to remove it. So if you have it, for instance, I'll pretend this is the relative volume filter, and you've got a number in there. You just highlight it, delete it. Okay, delete the number. Let me know if that worked for you. Okay, that's almost for sure the reason. Just let me know if that worked, okay? Just have to then you can so you can delete the number, you can keep the filter in the column, and then you can add the number back once the market opens. Old trigger alerts, more than likely, if you go, you click on the 3 dots, Michelle, okay, and then you can, get rid of the buy sell flags, is if that's what you're talking about. Did that work for you, Sudeepta? Just wanna make sure, okay, before I move on. I know it's a confusing thing, most people, they're not aware of it. Okay, Michelle, so if you click on the 3 dots. Oh, okay. Well, you can do one of 2 things. You can go to your price alert window. Typically, that's what I do when I have, you can just delete them. Well, you just have to remove the number, okay? Just remove the number. You don't have to remove the column itself, just remove the number, because in case you wanna add it back in when the market opens, okay? Now, I know there's a way to do it on the chart too, so if I create a price alert right there. Yeah, so you can delete it on the chart also, Michelle, so if I just put a price alert right here. So if you go to it. Now, again, I'm using the non-browser version. Let's see if that works. So what you do is you can go up, and then when the pointer turns to that, I left click on it and I click delete, okay? And then this box pops up and I say okay to get rid of it. That's if I guess, just doing a one-off. But if you're trying to do a mass, you want to get rid of all your price alerts on your charts, then I would go to you. Okay, just a minute, please. Yeah, so again, Michelle, if you go back, if you've got a price alert, and it did work on the, browser version, so you go to your line, there's your line right there, and if you see what I'm doing, I'm moving my pointer, and when the icon changes to that, I left click, and then I hit delete on the keyboard, and I say, "Okay," and it disappears. Now I wanna see if I have to left click even. Yeah, I do have to left click on my mouse and then hit delete on the keyboard, or click the OK, okay? Well, again, Sudipta, remember, you can keep the column in, just if you wanna use any top list or an alert window in the pre-market, you can still have the column, the relative volume column, just make sure there's no number in there though, in the min and the max. So if I were going to, I'll load a top list window. Okay. Okay. So for instance, relative volume. See, I've got 1.7 here. So if I wanted, this is from, don't ask me. I mean, this is something that's from our channel. Um, but anyway, so so you have a number, okay? You probably have a min in your top list. So all you have to do is just highlight it, delete it, okay? Delete the number. You don't have to delete the column though. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to delete the column, okay? And you can see you still have the column here. And so it just, so you don't have to add the column again. You just have to, or do you? No, you see, when you click on the window specific, you see the column is still here. You don't have to delete the column. Or actually, it's here because this is something you've been using many times, okay? And just add it back in when the market opens. Just before the market opens, you can do it a minute before the market opens or, you know, 10 seconds before the market opens. Just add the number that you're using back in. Okay? Make sense? So all you have to do is just delete, make sure there's this in the min column, it's blank. There's no number there. Say okay, and then your top list or whatever else you're using will start working. And then you can add, then when the market opens, you can add it back in, whatever number you were using. Okay. Now, the other thing you could do, I mean, if you want to, I mean, you don't have to, you could create two versions of it, duplicate it, two versions of it. I think it's just as simple though to remember just to add the number back in, but you could create two versions of it, one with the relative volume, one without. Excellent. Glad to hear that, Sudipta. TI scanner is just awesome and works really great as per my intraday strategy. I'm glad you're loving it. Meanwhile, the market just continues. We had a little jog up, looked like, okay, maybe it's over, but you see what it did. SPY when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So got into the VWAP. And the VWAP looked like it acted as resistance, and then boom, moved down from the VWAP. So let me so your what function should I use for a 5-minute bull candle? Like no upper, lower wi you mean a doji? A 5-minute doji? I don't use it at all, but is that what you mean? Or no upper or lower wicks? None, 0. So just flat, like didn't move at all? I don't understand when you say no upper and lower wicks, close at the high. So that means it didn't move at all. I mean, you could put the 5-minute range at something very, very low. If that's what but why would you want that? But is that what you mean? But why is it a bull candle? What makes it a bull candle if it hasn't moved and there's no upper or lower wicks? I'm talking to Sudipta in our YouTube room. I mean, we do have things like this. I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but if I type in 5, okay, this is all we have, and it's gonna be an alert or sorry, it's gonna be so the 5-minute range, okay, as an example, the 5-minute range in dollars or percent. So you could really limit it, but is I don't know if that's what you want. Not sure what you're trying to accomplish though with that, like having something that literally, like you're talking about something that has no topping tail, no bottoming tail, close near the low or close at the high. Well, when you say close at the high, but but you're saying no upper or lower wicks. That's what's confusing me. Oh, something that closed at the high. Oh, okay. So you could use 5-minute range. I'm going to assume. Just give me a moment. One thing we're not good at like referencing intraday candles. Yeah, so the range is not going to help. Okay, that's just a range. But I don't know. Maybe this will be better for you. I mean, it's may not going to give you exactly what you're looking about for, but this is a 5-minute high. So I mean, it's a 5-minute high. But the problem is the bar has not necessarily closed. So yeah, it's a candlestick pattern. So something like this as an example. I mean, I'm using a bar chart here, but it's closed right at the high here. Yeah, You've stumped me there. There may be a way, but it's hard for us to refer to highs and lows of intraday candles. Yeah, the 5-minute wide right. Yeah, I was sort of thinking of that also, the 5-minute wide range bar, but talking to Sudipta in our YouTube range, or our YouTube range, or YouTube room. Now, the other thing is, but this is not again going to be exact. We're really not good at referencing intraday candles. Yeah, even that's not going to do it. You might want to just see if maybe one of the other traders has an idea. Okay, off the top of my head, I don't have an idea on that one. So if you go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask the question, okay, is there a way to scan for conversions between CVD and 1-minute candle structure? I'm going to say no. First time in 15 years I've been asked that question. Yeah, no, there isn't. I had to look up what CVD stood for, cumulative volume delta. No, there's no way. No way. Okay. Well, why would you want to go to the YouTube room, Joseph? If you're looking for more action, this is you're in the right room. There's no, and you can't be in both room. Well, can't be in both rooms at the same time. Well, in theory, you could be, but there's no reason for it. There's a time delay in YouTube, about 5 to 8 seconds. That's a YouTube. That's a YouTube deal. Not. We're not trying to do it, but yeah, I don't think you can do it so deep. I we just have a tough time referencing candles like highs and lows. Well, I'm glad I held off on the DD. Okay, I'm still interested in this one. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. It's over 40 on the bid. I'm glad I held off. Well, guys, I've really, other than that quick short of MGNI, I've not been able to do anything today. I've been busy doing other things, which is okay. Just a quick short on the MGNI, and that was it. Okay, what's the next stop you want to go long in, Steve? I'll short it. I shouldn't joke because it's money, so I shouldn't joke about that. Look at American Airlines now. American Airlines, which was had quite a nice little run off earnings. Well, you okay, Lorena? I don't want to downplay being in YouTube. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a little more action in terms of interaction amongst other traders, there is a main room. Okay, I mean it's the same idea. People see me or they see my screen and they hear me. But if you do want to come into the trading room, as I call it, if you click on my homepage link, okay, I'm going to show you. Click on my homepage link, and you'll be at the top here and scroll down on where you see trading room. Okay, it's free, just like YouTube. I think you have to give an email and all that, so it's a few more steps to get in, but definitely more action in the room. Okay, I think people stay in YouTube because they don't care about interacting with other traders. Maybe they just want to see my screen and listen to me, and that's it. So it's a quick and easy way to do that. But if you are looking for more action, here's the trading room. Okay, if I went too fast, just let me know. Am I watching this BLLL? No, I have not seen it at all. BLN. Haven't seen it at all. What's an IPO? No. Oh, it hasn't opened yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. When it opens, 92.25, priced at 60. Life Sciences IPO. Okay. Billion to one shares. Billion to one. Interesting name. All right, let's take a look at that one. I don't usually look at IPOs that large, but let's take a look at it. Yeah, so JP Morgan, who's behind it? JP Morgan, Piper, Jeffries, William, Fargo, et cetera, Stifel, Wells Fargo. Yeah, okay, some big names behind it. Not many shares being issued. Well, good luck. Good luck to them. Well, it'll definitely open over 60, but how will it close is more the question. How will it close? I don't know if there's a specific time. We used to be able to, when I say used to, I'm going to say 2, 3, 4 years ago, almost for sure, those sort of IPOs, those big ones, would open around 10:30. Now, I don't know if there's a specific time anymore. I think they like to see where like as that potential open keeps moving higher and higher. They just wait. I mean, I don't know if that's the reason. Sometimes they might not even open until the afternoon, which used to never ever happen. So I don't think there's a specific time, unless William tells me there is. It doesn't say. But If you want to know when it opens, crank call. Just give me a moment. Okay, back. So just see it when it opens. It's really simple. Just get the put it on your chart, BLLNN. It has not opened. Just create a price alert. Okay, right click, create price alert. Obviously, it's going to open over a dollar. Put the price alert at a dollar. If you want to put a little note, this is what I typically do if I'm really interested in one of these. So this is what I would do. What did I say? Call it 5 million, 60. That's what we're supposed to open. And then I put big guys, okay, behind it and save it. Okay. So when it opens, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. A lot of times a lot of times it's going to show up as a resume. Not all the time. I'd say 90% of the time IPOs show up as a resume, but to know when exactly it's going to open, just do what I did. Okay. And then you've got your price alert window minimized. See, it's right at the bottom here. Okay. Right at the bottom. When and if it starts trading today, it's supposed to, minimize your price alert window and it'll pop up on your screen. Okay. Then you'll know. So you don't have to guess. So far, the market does not look like it wants to rally. I mean, well, it's basing. I should say that. I mean, it's sort of consolidating down in this level here. So now that I'm in a bit of a lull here, the exercise to go through, if you're interested in IPOs and all, is, and I can give anybody this link. Oops. This is what I use for IPOs. Okay. So this is the link. Just haven't seen very many good ones. Well, that's why I really haven't done this. But anyway, here's the IPO calendar. So here's some previous IPOs right here. If you go to the IPO calendar, you'll see this one. Okay, so it's supposed to open 11/6. This is today, and when it says priced, almost for sure it'll open. Okay, on that day, if it says priced. Here's another big one: Morgan Stanley, Leerink, another bio, 9.4 million shares, priced at 16. So what you do is this: you take the your IPO calendar and say on Saturday. I mean, I'll do it right now. I'll show you a couple, but do it on Saturday or Sunday, and you can take a look at the upcoming IPOs for the week and start doing this. So I will type in EVMN. Okay, and what I like to do, I like to get what I call the structure. create the price alert, $1, and then in the notes section, I can say 9,000,000, 16, and then not a lot of big guys, but Morgan Stanley's there. So now I save it. So why I do that is because when it opens, I don't have to wonder, well, what was it priced at? For instance, what if it opens at 20 and I can see that little note I made and it said it was priced at 16? Great. That means that there's some enthusiasm as an example. Okay. There's another one, other big one. Grupo Aero Mexico. Another one that's supposed to come out today. So let's put it in. Same thing. Just type in Aero. Now it looks like, okay, now this is, okay, this is going to be a little confusing, very confusing. This stopped trading. There was a company that had this symbol before. It stopped trading though on February of 2021. So this is going to look a little confusing because we had this happen. I'm going to put one, hopefully it's not going to trigger. 11,000,000, 19, some big guys. It shouldn't trigger. Don't trigger. Okay. Okay. And then you just keep doing this. Now here's a cheap one. This is probably, these are the ones I get more, but you see where it says the week of? So that means it has not been priced yet. So it's probably not going to open this week. Till you see it's priced. But Monkey Tree Investments. So this is what I like to see. It's a Hong Kong, it's a China stock. Those are the ones that can be really crazy. Yeah, I like it. I mean, there are I'm sure there are other websites with IPOs, but I think that's probably, that's the best one that, for me anyway, that's the best one that I've seen. Well, guys, what time is it now? 11:13. See who's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. So I'm just want to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Okay, so here's another reentry, but with the market doing what it's doing, it's a little tough to go long, in my opinion. It's not an earnings play, so it's not kind of trading on its own. And this I'm talking about the CDE. Much rather go short. So you know what? The VWAP might hold it though. It may act as resistance for CDE. Well, this has been kind of all over the place, but NGNI, it's having a nice bounce now, guys. It really is having a nice bounce. This was a short op, okay? So we'll have to see if there's a re-entry. It hit the stop. Now, you would never well, I hope not anyway. You would not have let that happen because at one point you were doing very well if you took it because the alert was at right here at 1433. Before it popped up, it got down to 1341. So a dollar move. That's why, automating the AI is not the way to go. You waited for that. If you waited for the AI to get you out of the trade, you would have taken a loss, which is crazy. Now, DD actually has shorts available, so I might have to take a look at the short side now. There are a lot of shares available, 4.5 million available underneath that whole number of 39. It did get down to about 35 in the pre-market. Underneath the VWAP, wave is down. Let's take a look at the high flyer STGW, and see what it's doing in terms of a support area. Okay, so the only good thing I can say about it right now is that yes, the wave is orange, which is a weak trend, but it's starting to flatten out. So if notice we haven't had a blue wave at all, for a while anyway. Well, that's 855. So I mean that's pre-market. Where it's not been a blue wave at all. So maybe if all of a sudden I mean it did curl here, but you see the wave did not turn to blue, which indicate maybe a transition from the weak trend to a stronger trend. Maybe. The VWAP is up. The VWAP is up here. It's far enough away. Okay, Steve just confirmed it'll be him and taking over for me in about 40 minutes. 40 minutes, 40, in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room. And I saw this USAR. It was up it was up. Yeah, I saw it doing. It was up actually, and now it's down. When I say up, it was up in the pre-market. It was having a little bit of a pop in the pre-market, but nope, gave it all up. USAR. What a drop from that high here. Basically, not quite. cut by 2/3, not quite, but wow, all the excitement about rare earth metals, minerals. Boy, I mean, I've got a bunch of thumbnail charts, and they're just sort of doing nothing. Or if they're doing anything, it's they're like a little up, a little down, a little up, a little down. Not not a strong. I'm not saying there's nothing that is not moving in a strong trend, but and you can see, I mean, 85% of the tickers are red, which makes sense with the market being down. It's a 1% move in the SPY. I mean, not insignificant. Down 7 points. Ooh, okay. Now this is interesting to me. Just underneath the whole number. Okay, AS. The next low looking left is 29. Too close. Look, 29.51, 29.86. It's just too close for me to take this short. I mean, if it got right down here, it'd be great. But, if the next low had been like 29, I'd probably take this one right now. But I love it, just underneath the whole number, underneath the VWAP. Why I like these sort of plays is because I can just put my stop around the whole number. But I wanted more room. You can see it actually that low is looks like the low of the month last month too. Yeah. CarMax. Let's take a look. Is this an earnings play? Probably. Actually, it's not an earnings play. Not an earnings play, but it's down 17%. It's not an earnings play. We have earnings in December. Ah, William, you didn't tell us this one. CarMax stock plunges on CEO change. And this is taking effect December 1st and leaving the board. So it's not exactly turf today, but typically though, that's pretty. I mean, it's only what less than a month. Usually, when somebody's leaving and it's on amicable terms, you'll see, and I'm leaving, next March or something like that. There was a stock earlier that I saw that the CEO is leaving, but it's more of a planned leave. This is pretty quick. So hence I did not see that. I wish I'd seen that. I did not see that in the pre-market. Well, I'll say one thing for them. I mean, the commercial that they run with the kids, how many years has that been going on? 10, 15, 20? I don't mean it's yeah, I mean, it's a lifetime low. I mean, this is a lifetime low. CarMax is a lifetime low now, KMX. So it has room to drop. Sure. It's a lifetime low. There's nothing, no chart support anyway. That's that's one though that's a miss. You see something like that, a CEO more or less abruptly leaving. Have to pay attention. Oh, okay, guys, this could be interesting. This look, it's just over the whole number, TECX. It's an earnings play. I mean, I don't know if really earnings has that much to do with it. I mean, it's a bio. If I don't know if they make money, probably don't. But look at this, the 200-day moving average at 22. This is really interesting to me. Okay, TECX over the whole number. Bit of a spread issue. 1988, 2009. I'd love to see that spread tighten up, but it's all about how much room. I mean, a few days ago, it got up to 26, and here's the 200-day right there. So it's far enough away, but the spread is an issue. Definitely an issue. This would probably be my number one look right now, except I just hate the spread. Now, it had a huge drop last week or a few weeks ago, even last week. I'm sorry, last week. It had a huge drop last week. It was as high as 26, closed down here at 17. Not because of earnings. I don't know what happened, but obviously they had some bad news within that week. Yeah, it's too bad. I wish this were just really trading a lot, get that spread tightened up. It's just not even time and sales. It's just really not that rapid. So we know there's at least one person in this room who just cares about money. Ah, William. I'm kidding him, of course, but he said, "I hate this company, CarMax. I hate it." Okay, I'm long, trying to play a bounce. There's only one sector I will not go long in. I don't care, and that's the tobacco sector. I will not. So when you say we're sleeping on it, what do you mean? What do you mean we're sleeping on it? It hasn't opened yet, so it's hard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's indicated open at well now it says 95. Well, that was 11:09, so maybe there's a more of an update. But you know what do you want us to do when it opens? You know, I've got my price alert, but there's nothing you can do obviously until it opens. Well, luckily the tobacco sector is not a huge sector. It's not like I'm missing out on a lot of stuff. Well, of course I could short, but yeah, that's just something I just got to have some scruples, right? Another little one that's green here, guys. Larimar. Let's take a look at it. Well, it's got room. I mean, 363 is the next high. Got some room. Not an earnings play. It's just moving for whatever reason. You know what? We have here that earnings are supposed to be on November 18th, but it looks like they actually released yesterday. Yeah, it looks like they. I don't think this is a. Let me make sure this is not some kind of a pre-release. Yeah, no, they. I don't know if they changed it, but they released yesterday for LRMR, and it didn't help at all, obviously. Yeah, there's definitely. I don't know if there's markets waiting for something, but I mean, the market is sort of flat, or consolidating in this area. Okay, William. Well, I guess you're out of your long. Oh, not yet. Okay, man, that's a big miss. $7 drop. I may not come back after my break. I may come back just to say I'm leaving. I mean, I'm just not feeling it today at all. Okay, well, here's Arrow. Arrow is trading. Okay, you see what happened? See how it popped up on my monitor? The price alert window popped up on my monitor, and of course, and when I click on it, 11 million, 19. So there's not a lot of enthusiasm. Okay, not a lot of enthusiasm for it right now. It was priced at 19, and it's basically there. Compare that to the other one that was priced at 60 and could open at 100. Okay. So as we speak, not a lot of enthusiasm. Doesn't mean it's not going to run right up to 19. So this is what I tend to do. I mean, it's really early. I'd love to see it just sort of base for a long time. Probably not going to. And I put a price alert at the high of the day. Maybe later on in the day, it takes it out. Yeah, I mean, some days, guys, it's just the play is just sit in your hands and don't try to force trades because you're bored. Okay, I'm going to have to point this out because I'm sure we're going to get a lot of questions. Well, if you're not questioning, you should be. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to 25, February 25th. So, guys, I just have to ask other charting platforms, what do you have for Arrow? Okay. Do you have all this that happened before that stopped trading? Okay. And that's February of 2021. if somebody has another charting program and get on a daily chart for this company, does it look like it just started today? Just want to know. Want to make sure that it's that's not everyone with the same issue, or is it just us? Okay, thank you, GB. So that's Think or Swim. Maybe get a couple more. Anybody else with other platforms with chart that you have charts using your charts on Fidelity and E Trade, William? Because it just looks ridiculous. Trading View and E Trade. Okay. Steve, when you say we build the same, you mean it has previous or just today's day or just today? When you say the same. So the question is, Arrow just started trading today as an IPO today, but because it was trading as Arrow, not the same company, stopped trading in February of 2021. Our charts still have that on. Now we've been able to think or swim. Okay, so Webull, okay, and Fidelity and E Trade, etc. I don't even know Interactor Brokers. I don't have a IB chart up and running, but okay. Well, nothing we can do about it. CarMax, man, great short. Oh, so you're going to keep trying, okay? Then I won't short. I was looking to short this one, so I'm not going to short it now. Yeah, I did a quick check myself, Dwayne, on IB. We seem to be the only ones. Only. DJT. Well, let's see. Boy, this is really wow. All right, guys. This Magnite, MGNI, this was actually also in the reentry. Some pretty decent reentries now. 1454. I mean, not a huge move yet, but 1441. So a reentry. Love to see this curl. Okay, turn. Love to see this turn from blue to orange. It's a big float. I mean, it's probably going to take a bit to move it. No, I mean it's moved 15. Well, it's had a big range today. Pretty big range. Dollar fifty. Well, that doesn't count the pre-market though. Dollar 57. Average range is 95. Okay, come on. A little more driftage down for MGNI. How did that arrow end up doing? See, now this is one that did not show up. Okay, as in a resume. I say about 90% of the time. Okay, now put a price alert around 20 and see if later on it takes out 20. This is actually not bad. I mean, it's hasn't moved much, but we have a reentry for FSLY also. It's an earnings play. It's up 30, almost, well, 27%, almost 28%. We have a reentry on this one also, just over the VWAP right now. Look at this, just a sea of red, guys. I mean, look at that, 97%. And I did a refresh not that long ago, probably 11:28. Yeah, 11:28. I did a refresh of this. Okay, well, there's arrow. At least it's at 20. Well, it hit 20. Maybe, just maybe this might have a little run in it. Sort of but I'm gonna be on my break. Yeah, 11:53. There's no way I can take it now, but yeah, SPACs are not my deal. LKSP. Yeah, I usually never ever get involved in a SPAC. And it's probably at $10 right now. Yeah. Not the first not in the first 6 months until they decide who they're going to be looking at to merge with. Probably missed the boat on this one too. Probably well under 50 now. Yeah, look at that. CELH, last time I looked, it was at 50. 50 earnings play. Got to be more aggressive in some of these or pay more attention. The next low on the daily chart. Oops, it's way down here. Monthly chart is $40, around 41.30 or so. Still room on a monthly chart for CELH to keep moving down if it wants to. Yeah, it's just that I'm going to be on my break in like minutes. There's no way I can hold on to this arrow. You're right. It's at 2009 right now. Peloton, die. What are you doing? Why are you even around? Not a lifetime low. PTON. No, it's an earnings play actually. Not only is it an earnings play, but they've had to issue a recall tied to the seat post defect. Boy, affecting 833,000 bikes. Wow. Now, when's the last time? I mean, we see car recalls all the time. When's the last time you saw a bike recall? As in never? Okay, guys, just in case Steve shows up a little early, I'm going to put my announcement in now. So on a break, just waiting for him to show up. Okay, and I will. Oh, it's after hours? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right, Mike. It's after. Yeah, it always nails me. The red to me should mean only after hours yesterday and the pre-market. There should be another color for after hours on the day of. But I've asked for that, but they don't listen because I quickly look at these things and I just assume this was today. Well, it is today, but after hours. Okay, guys, so here is the link to get into YouTube. You want to head over and listen to Steve talk whatever he's going to talk about. I'm sure he's going to talk maybe a little bit the trade of the week. I'm probably not doing well. I can't remember what it is, but he's the originator of the trades of the week. Not hard, not easy to try to come up with the one stock to zero in on when and do that Sunday night when you don't know what the market's going to do for the week. Yeah, market is, well, I don't know, tanking, but I mean, it did break out of this now. Boy, I mean, I'd be chasing it, but man, oh man, it's just looked like it. What did I say? $40 is the next low. 41. Let's get it exactly. 41.31 is the next low for CELH on the monthly chart. Pepe, I hope you shorted this one. All right, guys, I'm anticipating a little pop that I'm going to hear. There we are. Okay, guys, so I heard a little pop in our YouTube room. That means Steve is more than likely there. So I'll put myself on mute now in the main room. You've got the link to get into the YouTube room, what I put in. So I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
You sure you can't do 3 hours for me?
What's wrong, Barry? Market got you
Oh,
down?
I'm just tired. It actually, it's not what you. Yeah, exactly. I'm not finding. Yeah,
I will confirm that and do some mea culpas on what I've been experiencing too over here for sure. In my time frame.
Well, and you're looking at swing trading. I'm just looking. I mean, not that there hasn't been anything, that had been spectacular intraday, but you have to see it in the the 3,000 stocks that are out there.
Yeah.
But look at CELH as an example. Look at CarMax.
Oh, can I tell you a funny story about that? CELH.
You can tell me. Yes.
CELH. Oh no, it's a different one I'm thinking of. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead with your thought.
So, well, CELA, the only reason I always bring that up because Pepe, I used to drink it and Pepe called it poison. So,
oh yeah, it is. It is poison.
It is poison. So
I stopped drinking that stuff a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah. But look at CarMax, KMX, CEO being turfed December 1st.
Well, you know what? You know what's really got me kind of, well, there's two things. I mean, obviously, one, everybody saw the headlines of Michael Burry, the big short. He's short 2.0 again. But then a day later, you hear Sam Altman, OpenAI, and they're like saying, "Government, can you start subsidizing us?" I mean, that's a really scary comment that he made, and I'll talk about it. But I think the quant AI nano nuke data center bubble has already been halfway burst, and there's no bids out there for that stuff anymore. It's interesting.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And even, I mean, I know it's for a different reason, but look at the rare earths. I mean, look at USAR. My gosh. I mean,
the whole China deal destroyed that too. Yeah. Crazy. Wow. Yeah. There's people talking about the bubble bursting. I think it's been bursting for the last few weeks.
Yeah. But you know what? What if, tomorrow they come out, you know what? Everything's off with China again. And,
That's the part that's killing
those
me.
things could just pop again.
Yeah. Well, here's
Oh, I'm
the
talking rare earths.
well, but here's related. There's still a major headline risk out there, and that is the Supreme Court heard arguments yesterday on the whole
Yep.
tariff thing. They could undo it all with a surprise verdict, and I don't
Mhm.
honestly, Barry, I don't know how the market would react. All I know is that's a major headline risk.
Well, it's a major headline.
Yeah.
I have my own opinion of that. Of course, you can probably guess what my opinion is, but yeah, I mean, but it'll obviously be a major
But the
headline.
market has climbed that wall of worry for like 8 months now. So I'm just curious how the market would react. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some people think it would shoot up. Some people think it wouldn't. But the point is, I think we're probably going to experience that headline pretty soon, either way. So
Yeah.
and in
Well,
cash.
but I'm sure your government will find a way around it, no matter what they say. So
Yeah.
it may not be as carte blanche as it is right now, but I'm sure
No.
they're going to find a way to still have the tariffs in place, or
Well,
some
they
of them.
will. I mean,
And,
I'll tell you the roadmap. It would be through Congress. You basically would just get Congress to do it. If the Supreme
Mhm.
Court does it, it would just delay the whole roadmap significantly
Yeah.
by months. So they'll get their way one way or the other, but the market won't like it either way. I'm not sure which way that is, though.
All right. I know you want me to take over at about 5 to the hour, so I'll be back
Okay.
5 to the hour.
All right.
Okay. Thanks,
Sounds
Steve.
good. All right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my thoughts coming in here, it's risk off in my account. The last 2 weeks have just been every time I push a button, I just can't figure out how to make it work. And so I've taken a bit of a drawdown. I don't like that. It bothers me. But this morning, I came in long some stuff. I probably should have, everything that I bought yesterday, it was a nice grind up. I thought, well, let's give it a chance. And in hindsight, selling what I should, day trading should have been the cart, the way to go. Because we just rolled over and just followed through overnight. And I right about here on the open, I said, just screw it, just get me out of everything. So I basically just gave back everything that I kind of day traded for yesterday. And I've been in cash risk off for the morning. And I see no reason to try and jump in. As I was discussing with Barry, the quant stocks have been bursting. They can't find a bid. The nano nuke stocks can't find a bid. Even Oklo was the darling of those, and it can't find a bid. They're all breaking down. The only thing that's really working today is kind of gold miners. They're the sector that's kind of hanging in there. I did come along some CDE, and I sold that on the open just to take a profit in something. I was going to tell you a story. I thought Barry was talking about COHR. Really funny story here. My neighbor, he's out of town. He's in Japan. He's the he is the one of the physicians for the Padres, which is pretty cool. But he knows I trade, and he's always asking me and bouncing ideas off, kind of like you guys do. And he was nervous about going into earnings, so I said, "Well, take half off and go into earnings." And then now that these earnings have come out in core and in light, I don't know how he did it, but he found these two winners. I just texted him. He's probably asleep in Japan, but I said, "You might want to take a little bit more off and pay yourself. You just got a really nice bonus in both of those two names because the market just can't seem to find its own way out of a paper bag today." So. All right, bought a car from CarMax. Great. That's where I buy my cars. So I bought 3 of them from CarMax. Yep. I listened to the entire argument for SCOTUS. Doesn't sound good for Trump. We'll see. Yeah. Hello, Michelle. Yeah, it bothers me. That's a major headline risk. So as I said, in my 401k, as you guys know, is a cash account. I can't really go short. If I can, it's very limited in the things I can short. Basically, the Magnificent Seven. And I laugh about that. Hey, here's the Magnificent Seven. The strongest thing out there. We'll let you short that with our regulations, Mr. Retail 401k guy, but I'm still waiting on my options application to see if I can start buying puts. That would be a big help. But I'm risk off. The last 2 weeks of just constant paper cuts have just reminded me that it was really good going for a while. And usually the good going doesn't last forever. And the smart are the ones who can survive that change and just not keep going to the same well over and over and over, doing what used to work. Because when markets flip, that is what blows people up the quickest. And since I can't really flip, my only other choice is to stand aside. And so being in cash has been very kind of comfy for the most part. Yeah, who knows how they're going to come out. In my opinion, the SCOTUS seems to always find a way to rule with Trump lately, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. What's Dan sending me? He sent me 2 links. Let's see what he's looking at. When the boss sends you something, you better open it. As you guys know, I don't just sit over here and trade. I'm in support and accountable to everybody. Let's see. Super downside. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. Look at that. Downside gaps that are hitting. Oops, that's an upside one. What the hell? These are all 1-minute spikes, it looks like. Just a mad scientist working on something. Oh my God. Whew. I'll take a look at this later and ask him to explain it, because I don't know what that is. All right. The set said he went well. Yeah. All right. So you've heard my thesis on what I'm doing, which is nothing. Sitting aside is actually a position. And, over here, we are in no man's land. I'm between my 2 favorite moving averages and the SPY. And probably pretty much the same thing, in the NASDAQ. You can see I've drawn some price levels that correspond to some pivot levels in the NASDAQ. And if the market continues to push down through these, we could easily come down to this 50-day moving average again here in the NASDAQ, because we're just in no man's land, as I was saying, in between my 2 favorite moving averages. Just don't see any reason to try and step in, because doing that has cost me the last couple of weeks. I don't like that. I don't like giving drawdowns, probably like an 8% drawdown on my account. That bugs me. Everybody likes watching your account go up, but that pullback can be excruciating. And if you're full risk on, those pullbacks can really hurt. Tried to buy Tesla today. Here's another funny example. Tried to buy Tesla at my favorite spot here. Nice little pullback, and I jumped in right about there, just below that 130 level, and was happy for a moment. And then it went to fresh lows. I said, quick cut, get me out of here. So this has been the kind of stuff I've been trying lately. Buying these dips at these levels that worked before aren't working anymore. And you have to recognize that. But yeah, like I said, I'm risk off. I'm not really looking at anything. I'm enjoying the non-stress of having to quickly look over and manage a bunch of stuff all the time. And so with that said, if anybody wants me to look at a chart that's driving them crazy, I'm happy to do so. Or any trading questions or any software questions. I think a couple of people were invited to today's support session. And so, okay, good question, Teddy. I like that. But yeah, back to the SCOTUS. We're going to get a ruling either way, and I just don't know how the market's going to react. And knowing the way my luck has been lately, I'm going to be leaning on the wrong side of the way the market reacts. So why not just stay aside and sit out that fight? Great question. So Teddy, I had those 3 lines drawn. We already popped through that one. We're getting a little bit of a green pop here midday. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more come in. But as you can see, I've created kind of a 3-layered negative shit sandwich here, of which we just took out the bread layer of the first, which is this pivot level. So a pivot level is a prior resistance or prior support. In this case, it was prior resistance. And we all remember how we broke through that level on a gap up and big old pop up. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised. These are the kind of like little reversals. They'll show up as like a nice little wick on the weekly. Let's look at the weekly. The weekly will come into play tomorrow afternoon. But if we have a wick on that weekly, even worse. Why do I say even worse? Because that is a dark cloud cover. You have a red body above the green body, and we have slash down through it. And so we've got a red cloud covering the prior small green candle, which already had a wick. This is a very tired looking weekly chart. And there's my 3 lines as you see it. Let's go back to the daily. And we can look at those levels, Teddy. If I was to play a bounce in the Qs, where would I pick? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm seeing a convergence between this next layer of pivot, the blue line, and the rising 50. I would not be surprised to see buyers show up here, and I would probably participate here on some ideas. So between then and now, who knows what headlines can come, who knows what's going to happen, but that probably would spark my interest. And then if that failed, I would quickly cut. In other words, I'd wait for the end of the day. If stuff closed at the end of the day and kind of rolled back over and gave way, that 50-day moving average, a close below a significant moving average, it lights off a bunch of algorithms out there. If and then close equal to, greater than, less than, it triggers, I think that's a key input that I've figured out. And so that's why I use closing candles on key moving averages. And the 50 SMA, a rising 50 SMA is probably about as key as you can get, because it'll tell us, is the market going to kick save back into play? Or is it going to, like I said, close and squeak below? And that first close below a 50 SMA, I would not want to be long the next day, I'll tell you that. So that's kind of my chess moves that I'm looking at here. I could be wrong, and by the end of the day, this red line here, which is the 20 SMA, winds up getting a nice wick, reversal, and a big bounce back into play, and we never even have to test what I just talked about. But who knows? I'm just trying to game out scenarios. Yeah, I've tried that too, but I am so adverse to any more drawdown that just buying levels and hoping hasn't been working for me. So as I said, personally, I really want to wait for this headline Supreme Court risk to because that's going to be a biggie and it could come at any time. And I just don't want to be on the wrong side of it. So I'm just going to sit out for a little bit. Do I use pre and post market? No, I don't. Because let me show you an example right here in the NASDAQ, perfect intraday indicator. So we talked about the daily. Teddy, my momentum for the intraday is a 15-minute chart, and this is the 10 SMA. Everything flipped right here. Okay. The SMA was holding the price down. Every time the price got close to it, it rolled back over. Triple test right here, 45 minutes of banging, and the resistance was too much. The sellers threw it back down to lows. A second test, sellers threw it back down to a new low. Intraday, we get the first closing candle. Again, the closing candle is the key. All of a sudden, this 10 SMA is doing what? It's acting as support for the rest of the day. All right. Well, then the first closing candle below was a preemptive strike to say, hey, this is the guys that have come and girls that have come and listened to me talk. When I'm ready to take my profit, I wasn't ready to take it here. If I'd been paying attention, I would have. But the first closing candle after a nice run like this on the 15-minute chart is my signal candle. That's where I sit there in the movie theater and I quietly smell smoke. And I get up and I quietly move to the exit before everybody else figures it out. And in hindsight, that's always worked well for me. So this is a perfect example of a nice rolling 10 SMA that gives me the intraday timing that I need. This right here is just a 5-day SMA, but it's more of an area of interest. It just tells me, hey, do I want to stick around, which was my mistake. Do I want to stick around and see if we try to make a push through there? And if we do, then let's add to our positions. But we didn't. We closed weak, and I should have heeded this warning, but I already talked myself into keeping that stuff, which was my mistake as a swing trader. So the answer to your question, Teddy, the reason I went through all of that was because if I put on pre and post, I don't get that clean look. This is about as clean as I could explain what I was just talking to you about there. Here was the signal candle to either get long or cover your shorts. The first closing candle back above what was priorly, which was priorly holding down the price. Reversal. And then pivot. We're pivoting on the 10 SMA all day long until we didn't anymore. And again, once I see that first closing candle, that's usually a very early warning sign. And this is the thing that algorithms also, I think, see. They didn't really seem to care about the recent elections, probably priced in. And if you think about it, it wasn't really a surprise. These were all blue states and blue cities. So the market reaction was basically, let's see, what's today, Thursday? Yeah, the market reaction was yesterday, which was kind of buoyant for the most part, opened up down and traded higher. So in my opinion, it wasn't really affected. What I was talking about with Barry before we came live, if you missed it, was very concerning. Well, one, Michael Burry, again, an autistic, smart guy who created The Big Short. He's tried to go short a few times, and he's been run over, but he's at it again. And he kind of cited something that was confirmed by Palantir. I'm sorry, by OpenAI, Palantir, the whole AI sector. Sam Altman basically has been kind of freaking out, making grumblings of how he thinks that his company needs an extra boost of cash from the government with subsidies to keep up. And when people heard that, including myself, you kind of stop in your tracks. And you go, wait a minute. So you need help? So I think that's what's kind of spooking the market as well. You also have, we had last week, I don't know if you guys heard about it, but over the weekend, I think the Fed injected $28 billion of cash into the system, into banks. Probably because, maybe the government shut down, people are needing cash, and I get that. That's cool. But other people were like, well, is this the beginning of something nefarious with the banks because the banks don't really flash warnings on like, hey, we're about ready to go under. No, you just wake up one day and one domino falls and the rest of them start tipping. So there's a lot of cautious possible stories out there. And those were the ones I was kind of focused on when it makes me want to go to cash. What's your take on AMPX? Sounds like your cat. You can hear the cat. He's going through his pre-meal zoomies where he starts chasing shadows around and pretends he's killing shadows. It's pretty funny. I didn't think you could hear that with the noise canceling. He's too loud. He overcompensates. They may expedite the ruling, give it its importance. Yeah, I could come at any time. I wouldn't think it's 3 weeks away. I don't know when they typically rule on these things, but I bet there's a priority on this one. Do I think the market care? We did that one. I was probably priced in, yes. But yeah, I think the concerns are more what I was just kind of going over. So let's look at AMPX. Sounds like your cat needs to be hungry. Oh, 3 shark. I'm mad at Schwab. I'm mad at myself for incomplete application, but I'm mad at Schwab for taking too long to approve my options approval. I've got some things I want to start buying puts in as well. So I need to call them today. AMPX. Oh, gotta turn my drawing thing off. So what it's doing today, God, does it have earnings aftermarket or were they already pre-market? No, they must be after. So they still have earnings. That's probably why you're asking me. Earnings aside, because I don't like taking things into earnings. It's an absolute 50-50 gamble. And for some reason, the stock gods have blessed me with 80-20 on the bad side. So I've learned quickly. The reds, look at the red coming through my ticker here. The only thing going on with AMPX is it's doing what I talked about, that 50-day moving average, where it's trying to hang on, and it could very well. Look at how it held on back here. This is why the 50 SMA is so important. But I'll tell you what, once you start, doubling and tripling in price, all bets are off with these fast moving averages. I would be nervous as hell to be in this thing unless you know something I don't, because of earnings. Otherwise, if you're just playing it, you'd see how it closed. If it closed above the 50 SMA, then you could take a shot. But the minute it closes below, it's not. Netflix is one I want to buy puts on. Palantir is one I want to buy puts on. Possibly NVIDIA. But I feel if I had that application completed a week ago, it kind of bothers me. That's all right. At least I'm just sitting. Yes, it's also a very bad market to announce any sort of bad earnings into. Who knows how much they're priced in. Another one, TTD, Trade Desk, can't find its own way. Webull can't find its own way. Hood just had some bad earnings. I think people are having a hard time as well as me closing accounts, probably finding out trading's been tough the last few weeks. And Sound, I think this is one of those stocks that it just broke. I mean, I said with Andy over the years, you've got let me clear that out. You've got the nice mountain climber building higher base camps. Everybody's happy. You buy the dip and you just sit back. And all of a sudden, that mountain climber falls off the back side of the mountain and he's tumbling down and he can't get his footing. And it's called the other side of the mountain. And we are on the other side of the mountain now on these stocks that were once darlings. Sound is AI. Look at the red coming through my ticker. I'm so glad I'm not long right now. I'm so much more happy just being here talking with you guys. Which, by the way, I look forward to each week. I'm happy to share wisdom. I can't make people good traders with my words, but what I can do is try to help newer traders avoid the most common mistakes and keep you guys in the game as long as possible, so where you can kind of find your own footing and your own time frame and your own niche that works. Because I've seen it all in 30 years. I've seen people that are just unable to change their mind, and they're just convinced that the chart is wrong, and they'll be right eventually, and that just sucks the life out of you. You can't get good at trading when you have those on your screen. Yeah, I guess they were priced in on those Hood earnings. But we can't even find a bounce here in the NASDAQ or the SPY. And again, we're just kind of midday. So back to Teddy's question, this is where it'll start to get interesting for me again, just above 600 down there at this level in the NASDAQ. But there's no guarantees that it holds because we are on the other side of the mountain. Oh, thank you, David. That's right. I mean, you are a very familiar name, that's for sure. Yep. Net trade. Okay, good. Yeah, net trade. But just speaking of one of the biggest mistakes, people, when you take a stock into earnings, you have to know two things. One, are the earnings good or bad? And then two, how's the market going to react to them? That's pretty hard to nail that trifecta or that exacta ticket. And the same is going with what I'm talking about on this Supreme Court ruling and the tariffs. I think it's a good time to just sit this race out and not try and play the exacta ticket and get it right on both sides. Yeah, again, thanks, David. I'll take that to my grave. Teddy, I bought ABVV at the close as it was confirming a green candle. Let's take a look. Oops, typing in the wrong window. No, I'm still drawing. It's looking good on both time frames. Biopharma, always a risk, but you know more than I do. So really nice bounce. I would say the near side target is just the underside here of that 50, whatever level that is. But then if we go to the intraday, I'm having to do everything left-handed. I'm a little slow. I figured I've been having horrible neck pains and headaches at night. And it only took me about 6 months to figure out that I can't sit here at the desk and use the mouse with my right arm because my right shoulder just sucks up into my ear and it's so bad. And so I've been switch hitting. I've been learning how to bat left-handed, and I'm pretty much doing it all day now with my left-handed mouse. You got to get new fingers. You got to switch the fingers up. But since I play guitar, that gives me the extra dexterity. All right, left-handed, back to the drawing tool. This is really key right here, Teddy, because you have confirmation on the fast time frame. You got a nice pop off the daily. This is the anchored VWAP in purple. For whatever reason, I have that in there. So you've now held the anchored VWAP. But more importantly, you've reclaimed this 5-day moving average, which is an area of interest. So right here is the pinch. This was the pinch, and it resolved to the good side. Back to there. Left-handed. So it all happened right here on this little green candle. You tested, and then boom, you blasted off 2 candles closing above. You were victorious in that pinch play. And so that gives you the staying power to stay into this thing. When you look left, up into the armpit there, probably of that 50-day SMA. So we're talking 223.50. Oh yeah, Pepe, I was just thinking about those yesterday, how nice it was. We don't have to do those anymore. Oh man, those were like market closed and then chat closed, and then you still got to hang around for that 5 Eastern webinar. I just wanted to get out. I'm glad we discontinued those, and we're doing these instead because these are, I think, more beneficial during the live market. Yeah. Oh God, when Andy and I were doing Today Trader 2, we did like a 5 Pacific, which was 8 Eastern. Oh, I hated that. I'm like one of those introverts that like until that conference call is cleared or that event or that webinar is done, like my whole day is just on edge until I can just move through that. So needless to say, I like living on the West Coast with the markets and everything kind of shutting down by 1:30 our time. But I'm up at 4 like Barry on the West Coast. You're right. It is so tough. If you just showed up, Darga, I've been kind of saying the same thing. I'm in cash. I'm risk off mode. There's just nothing that's working right now, really, unless you're very adept at shorting and shorting in the correct places. But a lot of paper cuts for me. Everything changed over the last couple of weeks. And I think the bubble's in the middle of popping with what was driving us higher for the last 6 months, AI, energy, nukes, and quants for sure. That was some silly action. And it's kind of broken. So we have to get back to basics now. And I'm just kind of patiently waiting in cash for this NASDAQ to pull back down here to the 602 level. Oh, another good thing I like to see. I took profits on 1/3 today. You can never go wrong paying yourself. And it takes that angst out of your mind. Should I sell? Should I keep? It's just, you can't lose. If it goes higher, you still got some. If it goes lower, you paid yourself some. Kind of like what I was telling my neighbor. He's probably asleep in Japan right now, but I hope he gets up in the middle of the night and sees my text. that he might want to take a little bit off more after that wonderful gift he was given in core and the wonderful gift he was given 2 days. And it's already starting to reverse. Hope he gets up to pee in the middle of the night in Japan and sees my text. That too, yeah, there's a lot of angst out there on the revisions of employment. So at the same time, you've got Sam Altman crying that he can't make any money in AI and he needs government assistance, probably jealous as hell of Elon and the subsidies he was getting. But that's an alarm bell that you can't unring. And then on the flip side of that AI, you've got people losing their jobs and not getting rehired. There's a lot of angst out there for sure. It's probably going to be continued. You were a lurker back then, Pepe. You're the anti-lurker now. I'm seeing some green pop thin, so there's an attempted bounce happening. Tesla's a curious one. I try to scalp it intraday when I can because boy, this has actually been the best stock for me all year. I've made the most in Tesla swing trading, but I've laid off it kind of the last few months. It's just not really in motion. But at some point when it gets back above these levels, I might want to play it again, but who knows if that's coming. Super bullish on Tesla. I just think they have it figured out. So where we are here currently, I talked about that change in course midday. If we get a closing candle that takes out the dominant 10 SMA, which has been to the downside all morning, then we could drift higher again. So it's becoming an area of interest. I'll be watching the NASDAQ, the Qs, and the SPY closely. They might trade through, but is there any follow through on this line? So a couple candles down the road, we'll be able to tell what the temperature of the market is today. I'm surprised the airlines had such a good day yesterday with all the talks of the closing down of some of the airspace or some of the travel. I would hate to be traveling right now. If any of you have travel plans, my condolences. I mean, I already need to eat a Xanax to keep from throttling a TSA agent as it is. So I can't do that. I'd rather drive. Silver miners are like one of the few things that are doing decent today. They were anyway. GDX is gold miners. They're holding up a little better. So they're all giving it back. It doesn't, in the end, there's still equities. There's still stocks with a boardroom and people and shareholders, and they're still under pressure. Gold and silver had a great run, but then they broke back here, as you can see right there. And then we've been, as I call it, kind of under the armpit. We're under pressure now. What was once supporting us on the daily chart is now pinning us down. So the first order of business for gold and silver is going to be to close back above these key averages. Silver's trying to hold up a little better. But I would use SIL as the ETF for your question. And if you really want to be tricky intraday, this is probably a buy right here because it's just kind of sloshing back and forth. What you don't want to do in this market is see green bars and chase green bars. You're just going to be disappointed in this market to the long side. I saw MindMed had earnings, but I don't trust them. I love MindMed just leaning on this 50-day moving average here, but I'm just gonna wait and see what happens because I've been burned a lot the last week and a half trying to buy support levels. So any trade in the silver miner is going to be short-lived until the first order of business is to get a darn close above that 10 SMA, and then you got three moving averages you got to plow back through. So there's a lot of headwinds, but it can be done. I think there's still some strength in gold and silver because we haven't really seen the half of what's coming. Trump's trying to take us off of a fiat dollar and move us to a gold or silver backed or some sort of asset backed dollar at some point. That's the end game. Because the average person buying a house now has to wait until they're 40 because their savings sucks so bad because the purchasing power of the dollar keeps going down. It's not that prices go up, it's that you just need more dollars to buy the shit. And it's an insidious game that the Fed has been playing since 1913, and even more so since 1971, when Nixon took us off the gold standard completely, and all we had to trade was the Federal Reserve notes that basically say, trust us, we're good for it. We're the world currency, we trade oil in it, so we got to be good. But along the way, we've just been raped with inflation and devaluing of the dollar. And so the only solution is to move our US dollar to something that's asset backed. And you guys know I'm extremely bullish on XRP and HBAR and what they call utility tokens. They're not alt tokens, they're not meme coins, they're not stores of value like Bitcoin. They're something that kind of runs circles around Ether and Ethereum, in my opinion. Ethereum's too slow and too expensive, but XRP is built for speed and efficiency, and all of the institutions globally are starting to adopt Ripple and their technology, and we're slowly working towards that. Be slapping MindMed. You know, I'll tell you what, if the market closes solid and MindMed after earnings closes above its 50-day moving average, I might be tempted to buy it and take it home as a swing trade. I might, you know. It's been a pretty good fall from 14 and a half. But I'm just not really in the mood. It's like I'm like Charlie Brown in the football lately. I go to kick the football and it moves. Biggest mistake Nixon ever made? Yeah, I'm not so sure that was his call. He is just a puppet, a global puppet to the global bankers. They told him what to do. And you know what? One of the reasons he was probably kicked out of there was he probably put up a fight. And they said, oh, yeah, well, let's just do this Watergate thing. Boom, you're gone. They don't like it when you fight back. Just ask JFK, ask Ronald Reagan. He took one in the ribs. And stable coins. Yeah. The whole Tether and Bitcoin relationship is a little suspect to me the more I learn. RLUSD is the Ripple stablecoin, and I think that that's going to be the one that most people will settle in. Some people say, well, you know, the SWIFT system is now going to compete with Ripple, and no, they're not. The SWIFT system is just a messaging platform. They have no way of settlement in the last mile with stable coins or any sort of ledger settlement. So I call them the utility coins. And if these things blast off, like I think they can over the next couple of years, I won't be here doing these Thursday live. So here's Bitcoin chart. I'm going to show you something I find interesting. So this was that one day we had last month where it was just a giant panic. Boom, they flushed Bitcoin down. Well, where's Bitcoin now in relation to that? It's down here, kind of the same spot. All right, let's move into my favorite 4 coins. I own all of these. XRP, the institutional one. How is it in relation to that? Oh, look at that. It seems like the buyers have held this one up a little bit better since the flush day. Then you've got XLM, which also uses kind of the same protocol, but it's more like peer-to-peer Venmo. Oh, the buyers have held that one up a little bit. And then you've got HBAR, which is really interesting. For enterprise and licensing stuff, they won't let this thing break below 15, 16. And then the last one I have is XDC. This one's kind of the dog of the 3, 4. But I own these 4 heavily, and I've been stacking them for a few years now. I have no need to buy any more. I just need them to start working. We need the Clarity Act to pass. We need Congress to start passing some laws. We need the lights to turn on. We need some settlements to start happening and people to realize that XRP is probably the global digital railway that's going to, I think, going to win in the end. Now, Bitcoin is still going to be like digital gold, but when in the beginning, everybody thought, oh yeah, we're going to screw the system, bypass the Fed, and we're all going to just trade in Bitcoin. No, you're not going to pay each other in Bitcoin. If you like sitting there for 40 minutes waiting for the transaction to occur and burning all these fossil fuels to get there, no. So this was step one. This was Betacoin, BTC. And look at the price action. This tells me that the people are kind of slowly moving out of Bitcoin and more into the utility coins, XRP, XLM, HBAR, and XDC. ETH was a good one. ETH benefited from getting all those ETFs where everybody started playing it, and XRP hasn't gotten its ETFs yet. That's still to come. The problem with ETH is it's a good railway, but it's still antique in that it's expensive, and it can only handle so many transactions at a time. RLUSD runs absolute circles around transactional time, speed, and efficiency, and the energy it takes to burn through all that stuff. So I'm no means an expert, but I've been stacking these 4 utility coins for about 3 years now. XRP maybe longer. Dan turned me on to HBAR. I'm glad he did. But you guys, run ChatGPT queries on these. And it's called the ISO 20022 platform. That's basically the new standard that things are going to move towards. So that was like the whole dovetail on the dollar discussion of like why the dollar sucks so bad and where we're going. And all that stuff, to be a stable coin and to trade, you're going to have to be backed by something, whether it's treasuries or gold or silver. I don't know if that's in his nature to take anything off the table. He seems to want to go for the whole jugular. I think what was happening on that day, somebody shorted all that Bitcoin. I think it was, it's a flipping of the ownership buoy where some of these retail bros had no business being leveraged 20 to 1 in some of these shit coins that they were sitting in, and Bitcoin and Ethereum. But it doesn't take long, it doesn't take much to shake a retail trader out of something they're holding at 20 to 1. And these institutions, they know what's coming because they're getting wind of it and they're seeing it. And half of these institutions, I listened to the CEO yesterday of Ripple, Brad Garlinghouse, say half of these banks don't even have anything on their balance sheet yet, and they feel behind. So what that was that day, I feel, was a complete institutional shakedown. Whoever it was, forget it. The point was there was institutional money sitting down there on the bid, waiting to start loading up their coffers on their books. And I'll be damned if they're going to chase price. They're going to get their price, and that's how they get their price. And so I think we're still seeing some of that today, but we're seeing a slow shakedown of the tree, and the weak low-hanging fruit being retail, over-leveraged retail is falling off the tree, and those assets are falling onto the institutional side's balance sheets. That's what I think happened that day. And then all I can do is go back and just look at the price action and see how everything held up in relation to Big Daddy, Bitcoin. So we're getting a bit of a push here, and I think, is that the last candle? It was, wasn't it? We're going to draw a new candle there. Or is this is the new candle. Okay. So we got 15 minutes still on this QQQ candle that can just screw around here at this line, unless it just pushes hard. The first closing green candle above this declining line would signal to me that we're kind of back in wishy-washy mode. We might want to drift higher again for a little bit. But we'll see. We could easily just, slink back down, and that could turn into a wick. And in hindsight, the sellers won. But as I said earlier, what I've tried to teach myself is I can't look at that and say, oh my God, everything's turning, because I'm looking at a 15-minute time frame, and I've got to let that candle do its thing and close out. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Perfect circle. Oh man, a long time ago, my dad taught me kind of how to start trading, which is extremely fortunate. But one of the things he told me was when the taxi drivers, this is 30 years ago, mind you, and 25 years ago, when the taxi drivers and the guy spraying the produce at the supermarket is telling you what he's buying in the stock market, you better pay close attention to your portfolio and start thinning out quickly. It's the same as the magazine cover. When they put a bull on the magazine cover, that's usually the kiss of death. Or if they put a giant bear of fear on a magazine cover, that's usually close to the bottom. That's how late to the party mass media and retail are. Yeah. Old Joe Kennedy, he was a piece of work. He knew all the games in the stock market, so they made him SEC chairman, and he said he was going to plug up all the shiesty holes in the securities market, supposedly, because he knew all the games. Interesting. Yeah, good point, Michael. The VIX is still up there. I can feel it in the action. If this was the end of day and we were getting this bump here in the NASDAQ last hour, it could mean something a little bit more than what it means right now. We're in the midday. It's kind of a relief breath. We really want to see how these daily candles close. And, the old me, when the market was strong, I probably would have be buying stuff right now, but I'm not falling for it right here. That's just me. And that's what I feel in the market. And that's what the VIX is showing, still over 20. I have that stupid ETF VIX version, but yeah, that doesn't really say much. Larry Williams says gold, Bitcoin, and stocks are flashing warning signs. I think he is. Let's see. Larry Williams, the one who said silver and soybeans had a weird connection. That Larry Williams? Yes, that's how long I've been following the markets. And I think my dad told me that one. Another story my dad told me about Larry Williams. Yep, that Larry Williams. Silver and soybeans. Talk about, I'm good at pattern recognition, but that guy must have been really good. I shouldn't say past tense. He's still with us, isn't he? Yeah. So when we get those little green ticks in the intraday there, this is my little high-low ticker. They light up with new 15-minute highs. That's to be expected. I try not to chase this thing around, green, red, too much. But I'll watch mine at the end of the day. I wanted it to get past earnings. The fact that it's holding up on a day like today after earnings is a pretty good sign. If it looks like this at the close, I'll probably buy some. But I want to see how we close. All right, guys. Well, the time does go by quick. I get a lot of thoughts out. But we got 5 minutes. If anybody was sitting on a question that you were maybe shy to ask, don't be shy. Oh, the drones too. The drones have also they can't recover. Tesla broke. Yeah, on the 20, that would mean something to me at the close, but midday, it's just not. This is such a mess. Now, I guess if you approach Tesla, if we just zoom out here. Basically buy Tesla for 4 hours and then hold it, and then just hold it for 4 hours. And that's just kind of the most you can get out of it lately. We can go back even more to see more of that. Anyway. but it's kind of mirroring the NASDAQ for sure. But like I said, not to be surprised. Nothing really goes in one direction all day. Yesterday was kind of an anomaly. We had no midday breather, but we had kind of an end of day, spit. Yeah, I looked at that earlier, the 10-year IEF. If the price action keeps climbing higher on the IEF, the rates will come down. That'll be good. But the price action is a bit under pressure there. But back to Larry Williams, I wasn't aware of his call in the market. I've seen a lot of people say, be cautious, and I feel it. I've been probably trying too hard, more than I should be the last couple of weeks, and so I'm tired of the paper cuts. But sector-wise, look at the sector board. There's just not a lot of green there. Energy and gold miners, that's about it. Gold miners might start to push. That silver miner. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it was probably a good buy down there because it just reversed and filled the gap. And you literally have to be trading for short gains in the opposite direction. You have to be selling when they're buying and buying when they're selling for good reason. Closing of gaps, hitting moving averages. Oh, another one that have broke. The NXEs and the UUUs, they are the other side of the mountain. So I think I'm just going to speculate here for a second. If you don't follow Brian Roemmele, Roemmele, on X, you should. He's a genius garage scientist and AI. And he's been playing with AI forever. And he's ahead of the curve. And he's trying to get Elon's attention. Elon needs to hire this guy immediately. But he's starting to show kind of that DeepSeek model where we're over here in the US, we've got to spend trillions of dollars on energy and nuke and infrastructure and chips and all that stuff. Whereas he's saying, you can kind of do it on the software side. It doesn't necessarily need to be all hardware with trillions in expenditures like everybody was so excited about on the way up. And so what I'm getting at is these nuke stocks like UUU and NXE and SMR and Oklo, the bloom is off the rose, and maybe people are realizing there doesn't need to be that as much of a huge investment in the hardware and capital expenditure for AI and on all that stuff. Maybe it can be done more on the software side like DeepSeek is doing in China. But China is going to get ahead of us if we don't catch up. One of the really cool things Brian Roemmele is doing is he's very concerned about, the current AI is like going to Reddit and X and all the stupid social media sites that's garbage. There's tremendous amounts of data and information. He's got old VHS tapes, old commercials, old popular TV shows. He's got microfiche from the 50s and 40s, microfilm from news and medicine. He's uploading into his models. And he says it's very important that we all have our own closed loop, private source, not connected to the cloud, AI model on our phone that understands us and only us. Hello, Luddite Barry. Am I spinning over your head too much?
I blanked out on microfiche.
Yeah. The Dewey Decimal System.
Watching those old movies as they're threading it through, Oh, my.
Oh, yeah. The Hunt brothers trying to corner the silver market. That was always fun. They tried, but the man beat them down.
The man beat them down. And so he ended up only owning the Chiefs. So that was it.
Yeah, that's
not
right.
bad though.
Yeah,
that's
not
not bad.
I forgot. That's right.
Yeah. Well, he was the founder of I think he was the chief founder of the AFL, like the old American Football League. I think he was the founder. And in today's name of
AFL,
to the Jets and AFL. Yeah,
Lamar Hunt, Kansas City.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, there we go.
Run.
Okay. Thanks.
Sounds good.
You sure you can't stick around for another couple hours?
I got meetings to attend, apparently.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun then.
All right. See you.
All right, guys. I'm back in. Just got to get Steve to remove his. Steve, I think left without removing. Oh, he did. Okay. Okay. I got my screen up and running now on YouTube. And one last thing to do, get that music going. Otherwise, I'll just fall asleep. There we go. Well, if I see CarMax here, that means CarMax, KMXA, has made another low of the day. Yeah, I saw that one, the EVMN. I think I saw it somewhere. Oh, I know why. It popped up on my price alerts, but I don't think it really did anything, did it? Ah, okay, it did. Actually, this is not bad. This priced at $16. So, yeah. So at least there's some enthusiasm about this one, as opposed to the Aero, AERO, which is still just a little bit above the IPO price of 19. Well, I did my video on AMSC. Well, you told I never want to go against a fellow trader, so I didn't short it, AMAX. But here's AMC. I did my video, guys, on the AMSC, just again to nag everybody about the reentry price. Okay. And when I did the video, I think we're sitting at around 40. So it has dropped another couple of dollars since I did my video. Not that doing the video is causing the drop, but this is this has been a good day for the reentries. Great. I mean, look at the FSLY. Even on a long, this was a reentry at 1024, 1070 now. This has been, I did take this one. I was sitting at my computer basically. I did take the short out of it again, MGNI. That was on the reentry I didn't get in at 1454. I got in just underneath the 1450, got down to 14, and then it popped up. So that was, not bad. And then what's the other one? CDE. I didn't take this one. So I mean, we have a reentry at 1469, and it's at 1472 now, just a little over the VWAP. So maybe let's see, the market's having a little bit of a bounce. Well, there's the VWAP. Will that block it? Let's see, the VWAPs are on 672.38. So it is moving. And let's see what happens if it gets close to the VWAP. Will that act as resistance? Yeah, no kidding on the CarMax. Um, an issue with Brokerage Plus that doesn't show your holdings. Well, I don't use Brokerage Plus, but let's see how to get rid of these at the end of the day. I'm just going to flatten this so I can start from. This is just stuff I took, on the money machine, and it seems like years ago. But let's see. All right, so when you say not showing your holding, so I just took a position in the simulator with CarMax. Okay, I just took 500 shares. I mean, this is just in the simulator. Wanted to see, make sure it was showing. So, what is not showing, Arthur? Exactly. I'm just. I probably won't be able to help. I mean, I just wanted to load one stock to make sure that I could see it. Do another one. So I've got two now. So when you say it's not showing your holdings, what is happening exactly? Now I'm in the TI paper trading account, which is what I want, of course, the simulation. And I'm going to flatten. Hmm. Um, okay. Well, of course, I'm not using the top list. I'm not doing anything with it. I'm just manually taking some trades. How are you? How are you buying this, Arthur? Are you just manually doing like what I'm doing? So this NVO. So I guess they've got a. Didn't your White House say something about a deal with Lilly and Novo for obesity drugs? Um. Okay. Well, of course, I'm not. I don't have it attached to a live account, so can't help. I'm just looking at it in the simulator, and that's it. Sorry, cannot help. Probably this is a job for Chris. You talking to me? I'm connected to DI paper trading. Yeah, or you're talking to somebody else, right, Pepe? Oh, Arthur. And what do you, I'm just taking some trades here just to see. This is only in the simulator though. Wow. Look at the potential open now for this Bellini. 119, halted at 114. This will be interesting. Normally, what's normal anymore? In the last little while, anyway, Interactive Brokers has had shares available to short the next day. So I'm going to watch this one, see what happens with it today, of course. And then I'm going to watch it tomorrow. So SKM, did you have a stop in place? Because I know that if you have a stop in place and you don't get rid of the stop and it hits it, it'll turn into a short. At least that's what used to happen anyway. Well, you can kind of see what happened. I mean, it didn't get that close to the VWAP, but it got, sort of close to the VWAP in terms of the market, the SPY. So Pepe, you know about that. I'm sure that's a real problem. You get out of a trade, but it doesn't get rid of your stop unless you, at least that's the way it used to be. So if you have your stop in place still, you get out of a trade, say you make some money, okay? Hmm. And you didn't double your position somehow, SKM didn't double your position, or like I've done that accidentally. Have 100 shares, use some math, have 100 shares, sell 200, turns into a $100, 100 share short accidentally. Now within the IB, you can prevent that, but I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but Well, flatten. Well, your system, but we're talking B plus SKM. So when you say your system, you mean you're not talking Brokers Plus. Yeah, no kidding. That was a minor bounce, guys, and now we're. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, I don't know what most brokers do. If you have a stop in and you get out of a trade, does it eliminate the entire order? I mean, that's what should happen. All right, BLLN just opened, and it opened a little bit higher. Yeah, only a $4 spread. I mean, this could turn into a monster short tomorrow if there are shares available. Because I think this is, I mean, in a market like now, to be basically almost double it was priced at 20, sorry, 60. Now, rare earths, why is the China deal off again, William? Yeah, so is the China deal off again? A snag. Okay, a snag. Okay, so what William is talking about, I mean, these rare earth stocks were just ripping higher when China said we're not going to give you any, and then all of a sudden they said, okay, we will give you some. That was the deal, and now there's a snag in the deal regarding the scope of it. Okay, well, okay, Poe, yes, I would maybe say that, but I got to be careful. Okay, well, 1744 is the next high. Looking left. So Miko, it probably let me just look at the float. Yeah, so this stock more than likely was not up at $860. Okay, they did a bunch of reverse splits. Okay, so that is reverse split adjusted. It. I don't think the stock was ever at 800. It's just if you take the reverse splits and you take the current price, you multiply by all the ratios of the reverse split that have probably happened. Multiply that by the 17. That is going to get you up to that 860 level. Okay, so this is just to let people know that you know what this is reverse split adjusted. Does that make sense to you? So the stock, unless I'm completely wrong, this stock was never up here at these prices. It's just that I'm surprised the float is as much as it is if they've done a bunch of reverse splits. But okay, and obviously they're going to have to do another one if they want to maintain their Nasdaq listing at some point. 17-cent stock. Well, You have to understand about reverse splits. I don't know how many reverse splits this company has done. If you let's just say did a 1 for 20 and a 1 for 10 and a 1 for 30, I'm just making numbers up. You would have to multiply 20 times 30 times 10 and then times that price, and that'll get you reverse split adjusted price. It never really was up there, okay? It's like if they do a let's say they do a reverse split tomorrow, okay? And let's say they did a 20 to a 1 for 20 reverse split. Remember what a reverse split is? So you would multiply that number by 20, okay, 17 cents. So you get, say, 340. And then you divide the number of shares outstanding by 20 to get you down to about a million. So your market cap is always going to be the same. Okay, you multiply 1 million times, say, 340. It's going to be the same as 20 million times 17 cents. You can't hide from that. So that's the reason. So don't think that that stock was ever whatever you said, 480, $860. It never was. I mean, we can show you. Somebody will give me an idea. I can show you some stocks that look like their price was like $30 million, and they've done like reverse split after reverse split after reverse split. On more, I think we saw one that was almost a trillion. So again, if you follow me, think of it this way. So again, let's say they did a reverse split, a 1 for 20 reverse split, okay? And it was active tomorrow. And you look at that stock and, oh, wow, it's 340. Well, yeah, if you have this stock right now at 17 cents and you look tomorrow, oh, it's 300, it's 340. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking. Uphill, yeah, MULN. Well, yeah, it looks like it's 340. Yes, it is. But also, the shares have been, your market cap is the same. Yeah, so yeah, let's look at MULN is probably going to be a phenomenal example, especially if it's under a dollar. It always usually is. It's not even trading anymore. As it's gone. And I kind of explained that a little bit incorrectly. Let's just say you had 100 shares of this right now, okay? And they did a reverse split, 1 for 20, and you saw the price right on is 340, but you've only got 5 shares. Okay, you've only got 5 shares. So the share price increases by the ratio, but your position decreases by that ratio. So, oh, Binny. That's right. They changed their ticker. Try to now. Have they changed the ticker enough? Yeah, there you go. Even trading as Binny. Okay, it looks like this was up here at $5,700. Okay, believe me though, if it was still trading as MULN, this would be like in the millions. In the millions. Thank you, Tank. Tank! Mr. Majestic, where have you been? Okay, Jeanette. Well, I mean, to take obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but to take first of all, we're not supporting the web-based version at all. So it's real clunky. Um, Now, when you say you don't have a powerful enough PC to try it on, like what are you running? Windows 95 or I'm kidding, but seriously, what you don't what are the specs of your PC? Just out of curiosity. Like what else are you doing? That should be okay. Like the all-in-one, depending when you got it. I know I'm actually thinking about getting one before my before I did my thermal paste on my computer. There we go. Benny, 471 trillion. I thought so. Thank you, Shady. So if Benny had still been MULN, you would have seen that reverse split adjusted, it would have been $471 trillion. As crazy as that sounds. Now, I'm look the all-in-one I was looking at, I mean, it had 32 megs and gigs, gigs. When did you buy it, Jeanette? I mean, that can help too. I mean, I know Shady. I know Pepe's going to say 32 megs, but I'm sure you can get by with 16 megs. I keep saying megs, gigs. Okay, well, if you click on the about or somewhere, it should tell you what the specs are. Not here. I'm not talking about our about, but go to your settings. Go to the settings. Yeah. So if you go to your settings icon, the gear, click on settings, and then go to system, and then about. Okay. And so like my specs are down here. Okay, right here. Okay. But I'm on a desktop, of course. But and so if you go to click on the gear, click on system, and then about, and that'll tell you what your settings are. So click on about. So I click on system and then about. Scroll down to the bottom, about, and that'll tell you what the specs are. Okay. So settings, systems, scroll down, and the last option should be about, and then that'll tell you exactly what the specs are. So 8 gigs. So I mean, we used to say 8 gigs. I mean, that's probably a little bit light, but what else are you doing on your? You have your brokerage platform probably, or you have another monitor. Okay, so you'll have your brokerage platform maybe on another monitor. Nothing else. And you might be able to get by. I'm going to tell you though that you don't want to use the Windows version. It also depends on what you're trying to run. If you're just running top list windows and alert windows, and you're not running races or tree maps, things like that, which do take some power. Yeah, Windows 10 is no longer supported by Windows, by Microsoft. So now that doesn't mean you can. I don't know. We're not supporting it. Doesn't mean you can't run Windows 10. I guess using our trade ideas. I don't know what'll happen, but I mean, yeah, so I don't think that yeah, I don't think that Trade Ideas is not usable using Windows 10. I don't think so. And listen to Pepe, okay? Don't listen. The 8 gigs is probably gonna be the bigger problem, depending on what you're trying to do with Trade Ideas. So no races. Okay, races are definitely so if no races, all right. Well, if it's okay, you're talking about our AI, you're talking about and then that you know what? I think that'll probably be pretty good. Yeah, I think that'll probably be yeah, don't use the HTML charts. Use the browser-based charts. Uh, the uncheck the use browser. I mean, the browser-based charts are fine. The legacy charts are fine. So that should, in a month, that should give you an idea anyway. And then you may say to yourself, you know what, this is awesome, and spend. You don't have to spend a lot to get the specs that you probably be a little more comfortable with on a computer. No, he says stay on Windows 10 if not 11. Okay, guys. Well, let me one last time today. What a boring day I've had, guys. I mean, I've missed out some huge opportunities, but well, I mean, had an opportunity to do a lot better, but some distractions. Oh, you would do your trading on the Mac. So you would just have okay. Now that means though, just give me a moment here. So how many symbols do you think you would click on average, Jeanette, during the day? I mean, maybe it's a tough question. Harsh words from Pepe. Well, you see how many symbols I click on all day long, right, Jeanette? I click on so many symbols all day long. So it would be a real pain if I saw a symbol and I had to type it into my order entry. That's what you'll have to do, okay? Because you cannot link if you're going to run trade ideas on a PC. At least I don't think so, right, Pepe? If you're going to run trade ideas on a PC, you cannot link your Mac to it so that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry on your Mac. Now, if you're only looking at, 10, 20 symbols a day, then it's not that big a deal to having to type them in. That makes sense? And I'm right, right, Pepe? You cannot link a Mac to a PC and use our external linking. You can't do that, right? There's no so that's why I asked, like, how many if you're gonna click on 100 symbols a day, it'll be a pain for you to have to type them in. So that's another issue. Okay, thank you, and thank you, Pepe. Yeah, there's a video on it, Miko. Think linking. Now, linking again. Linking is this, okay? Using the external linking tool. Well, there's a video. I know you have to start both your trade ideas and Thinkorswim. You have to run as administration in administration mode, both ones, and then I think you have to find a chart and get the focus to work. You can't have a little chart or something. But Chris has got a video. I don't know if you looked at the video. Give me a moment. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Pepe. Oh, you went through his video? Well, and it didn't work. I know it can work. Oh, okay. Both in administration mode. Yeah. I thought that would have been in the video, but I guess not. So oh yeah, this is everything you see is trade ideas. Everything you see, Jeanette, is trade ideas. Okay. So what linking does, we have tools, external linking. Okay. So we link with many programs. So I'm linked to my Interactive Brokers program, my platform. Okay. And so when I have an interact, we link great with Interactive. I know we link with Thinkorswim, but there's a bit of a, it's not quite as elegant as with IB. But what it does is when I click on any symbol and anything in trade ideas, well, it's not so well. I suppose you would say it allows me to trade more quickly because let's say I wanted to trade KMX. Okay, I wanted to trade KMX. So all I do is I click on the symbol KMX, and it loads immediately into my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. So it saves me the step of having to type it into my order entry. Now, would that be the end of the world? Probably not. So it might move a couple of pennies by the time I do it, but most of the time it's not the end of the world. But it would be a pain in the what for me if I had to do that every single time. Oh yeah, my brokerage platform is on my other monitor. Yeah, obviously I'm not. Well, obviously I'm not going to display my broker account. But if my broker's account was right here, you would see it. Well, here's an example. Okay, you see me put this screen up. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so my time and sales, all my Interactive Brokers windows are linked together. I've got that little color chain. So my order entry, my everything, my showing me how many shares are available to short. See the colored chain is the same color. So I've established the link. So imagine this was my order entry. So if I click on a symbol, it changes. Okay, I clicked on run, and here it is. But it also is in my order entry because I've linked everything I do in Interactive Brokers is linked together, which makes sense. I mean, why wouldn't I want that? My AI. What do you, Eddie, is that you from yesterday asking about shorting and stuff, or was that just Ted? I can't remember. There was a Teddy or a Ted asked about shorting and stuff. No, what you're seeing here is got nothing. I see what you mean. I think you meant am I somehow an AI generated talk show host. Um, no, everything you see here is nothing to do with the AI. Nothing. The AI is something I don't display very often because it's part of our premium service. Okay, that was you, Teddy. Okay. So, for instance, awesome short with I did my video today on AMSC. Now, on a day, where the market is down, I mean, shorting probably makes a lot of sense. Now that this was an AI alert, okay? This was an AI alert, as was Porch, PRCH. Obviously, on a day when the market's down, and these are earnings plays, and they did not do well, plus the market being down, you know, doesn't take a genius to think that these sort of things are going to work pretty well. Bad reaction to earnings, even if the market was up, it'd probably still be a bad reaction to earnings. But then coupled with the market being down, can't hurt. Yeah, there's an S for short and an L for long. Okay, I have three 32-inch 4K monitors. I could have two. I could get rid of one easily. Okay, yeah. Well, if you had the AI, Teddy, you would see when it's a short or a long with the red S or the green L. That's the idea. Okay, it doesn't mean that they're all going to work. Now, how is Bed Bath and Beyond? What are they doing? Is this not an earnings play? Oh man, I mean, look at this. Now this is reverse split adjusted many times. I mean, this was like a less than a penny stock down here, and it's the VWAP is right up here. Another boy, this one AMSC, just a great re-entry play. Really, really nice. Now, will this act as support? Okay. I mean, we're getting very close to the 200-day moving average, 37.21. We're only 50 cents away from the 200-day moving average. This is a disastrous earnings play. American Superconductor down 36%. No real clue this was going to happen. I mean, it was sort of up in this area. Not really. You didn't see a bunch of selling ahead? All right, guys. So if I do take off around 2 o'clock, William says he's going to keep the room open 3:55 ish. Okay, so even when I take off, the main room will be open till a couple hours after I leave. This is basically an all day long on earnings, guys. Yeah, I mean there was little jogs here, but I mean, look how the wave was blue virtually the entire day. Well, Jeanette, so the question is, any suggestions on a routine processes to do prior to the market open to understand the sentiment of the market? Well, I mean, the obvious one, I suppose, what I do is just looking at the pre-market actives up and down, and so when I load my system, depends on your time zone, of course, but so I load my system at about I don't know, 8 o'clock Eastern time, I guess. That's when I load trade ideas, about five my time. And so the first thing I have up and running is okay. So in Eastern time zone, well, you guys have a real advantage. Yes, I end early. You're right, but not that I go to bed at 8 o'clock either. So anyway, um, but my pre-market actives up and down. Those are going to show you the stocks that are moving higher and moving lower. Okay, those are the active stocks. Now, the other thing is, you should probably have some way of tracking the overall market. I use the SPY. Some will use maybe the Qs, okay, but I use the SPY in order to track the overall market, what's happening in the pre-market, what is the sentiment. You can see what happened here, right here. I think this is 8:35. So at 8:35, the market looked, pretty good. This is Eastern time. But look what happened from 8:35 on. Basically, other than a few little jogs up, this jog is now getting a little more serious, getting close to the view app. But you see what I'm saying? You'll be able to see kind of the market sentiment if you have something like a SPY chart. But it also depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for like a lot of the ones that are on my pre-market actors up and down, they don't really care that much about what the market's doing. Okay, because they're usually completely and utterly trading on their own. Like you take a look at this is not a great example right now, but the STGW. I mean, it has fallen quite a bit from the high, but in the pre-market, this was just ripping, and this is just a fairly little stock, had some news on its own, and I don't think I don't believe that it's moving down because of the overall market. So a lot of the stuff that is in my pre-market actives up and down, these are stocks that don't really care that much about what the overall market is doing, nor their sector. You heard me. I rarely take gold. I rarely take precious metal plays or oil energy plays, just because for me anyway, they're just so tied into what the overall sector is doing. Unless the stock has specific news for it, either earnings or something else. A big gold mine discovered somewhere. You know what I mean? So it's but if you're trading like larger cap stocks that have no news, they're just but you like to trade larger cap stocks. So I think you said you wanted to trade lower price stocks, which typically again they don't care that much about what the market's doing, overall market's doing. But they're going to be usually a lot more volatile. Lower price, lower float. You get giant moves up and down sometimes. The other thing is that we're in I call it the middle of earnings season. Okay, we've got another maybe 2 or 3 weeks in which we're going to see so many stocks releasing earnings. We probably have over 1,000 companies this week, this week releasing earnings, and so that's why most of the stocks you're seeing through here, most of the stocks in our AI, they're all earning related. Why? Not because we're scanning for earnings stocks, but when a stock has earnings, typically, especially some of these stocks that we don't really hear about that much, but every 3 months, companies have to release earnings, and that could be the day they go crazy, either up or down. And then, for the next 2.5 months or so, they do nothing. Didn't I read where Apple is going to be using? Now they may not call it Gemini, but they're going to be using the Gemini, maybe the wrong term, platform, which is Gemini, of course, is I guess well, it's Google Android based or Google. Isn't that? I'm sure I read something about that. I'm blown away. I mean, I know they're all probably the same. I'm blown away by using Gemini now for virtually everything. No, no, I'm not. I'm not consider. I don't typically look at the large cap stocks, Teddy. I'm not looking at shorting Apple or Microsoft or Google or. I typically don't. No, I only short what my scans show. Exactly. I don't look. I don't ahead of time thinking. You know what? I think Tesla is due for a short, or Apple's due for a short, or Microsoft. No, I don't think that way. There are others who do, of course, but that's not how I'm. Because I'm more of an intraday trader. I just care about what's happening intraday. Boy, getting closer and closer now, guys. We may be in store for a bit of a bounce for AMSC. Getting closer to that 200-day moving hour, 37.21. I mean, we're still about 50 cents away. I'll probably go long if I see this orange wave curling up and turning blue. There's a real possibility that I'll go long this because it's getting so close to that 200-day, which could act as support, of course. So the question from Teddy in our YouTube room: what is this box here all about? So it's what we call a compare count window. Terrible name, but that's what we call it, a compare count window. And what it does, and I'm sharing it, what it does, it takes two competing scans that you put together, okay, with similar filters involved. So for instance, you could have let's just say you had one scan that said, okay, show me stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 300,000 shares have traded, up 2% from yesterday's close, relative volume is this, okay, all those sorts of things. And then if all those filter values are met, show me when the stock makes a new high. I'll just use that as my trigger, okay? And you run that off against a competing scan, which is just sort of the reverse. Obviously, you cannot reverse a price range. You can't reverse, number of shares traded. But instead of saying it has to be up 2% for the day, down 2% for the day. Okay, so whatever can be flipped will flip, and then also, and then showing me when those are making new lows for the day. So it's sort of taking competing scans. So you can see right now, 79% of even though there's a bunch of green here, but 79% since I started this one, because since the time I started, which I think was about 11:30 or so, or 10:30, can't remember now. 79% of the symbols that I've gone through here have been red. I mean, there's another good way of looking at the market. Now, right now, we've got some green. So that's what that means. So I'll just show you. So here's this one, I want to see, and it works in the pre-market also. So new high of the day and new pre-market high, those are my triggers. And then here are the filters I'm using. And they're going to be very similar in the other one, except it's going to say new low of the day, new pre-market low, and has to be down 2% instead of up 2%. Okay. So everything else is going to be the same. So it's sort of taking two competing scans and running them against each other. Who's the winner? See, if I go to the red data, it'll look very much the same. I may have changed the price range. No, everything is the same. See, but now I've flipped it. New low, pre-market low, can work in the post-market also. Down 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. And then you just run them against each other. It's all real time. Sort of, it's just I could have those two scans running side by side in two different boxes. Okay. I could do it that way. I just kind of like the presentation. This is like the old style ticker. So you can see Hun just made a new low. You see right there, and it just showed up. So LTBR with this is all real time. LTBR, when you click on it, when you see it, SKYT probably just made a new high. SKYT just made a new high. You can see right up there, new high of the day. Now that's my trigger. You could do things like show me 5-minute highs, 5-minute lows. Run that off against each other. I mean, I'm just using the new high of the day and the new low of the day. So yeah, no delay. So you finally took another bounce on this one, KMX, William, or no? The other thing, Teddy, I didn't. Unfortunately, I don't know why this wasn't showing up for me in the pre-market. Okay, I could have seen it, but my filters were, it probably wasn't down enough or something like that. I know it's down 22% now, but if it had shown up in the pre-market, I would have been clicking on this, and then that's when I would have seen CEO basically leaving. Now, usually that's not good. Okay. And the CEO is leaving on December 1st. So I mean, we're only talking less than a month away. When CEOs leave and it's amicable, etc., usually, they would have said, okay, he's leaving in February, March, get an orderly transition, etc. Leaving December 1, usually not great. So, and that's what happened. So you can also look at pre-market news to judge whether or not, wow, well, that news, and that's probably why he's leaving, because as William's saying, multiplied by poor operating results and future projections, probably why he's leaving. He's probably going, you know what, I don't need this aggravation anymore. I have no idea how old he is. I'm sure he's walking away, walking away with gazillions. I mean, the float is 153 million, so he's got a huge. So he did get fired. So why wouldn't he be leaving now? Why would it be December 1st? So that is what happened. So he actually got fired. Oh, now you see this is the new better news. Carmack sacks the CEO. That's not what I saw first. Let's see if it still says he's going to be around to December 1st. I mean, this looks like, I mean, why would he stick around? So this guy, I mean, this guy's led the company since 2016, so almost 10 years. So when you see that, yeah. Now, sometimes a stock will go up because that's what the market wanted. Finally, you got rid of that deadweight CEO. So even if you'd seen that headline before, yesterday, okay, yesterday, right up here, you knew they were going to say that. More than likely, I would have shorted anyway, because most of the time, but you don't know 100% for sure. Sometimes the market gives a big cheer to the company for getting rid of the guy because they're looking at the company saying, "Man, this has been a terrible company, poorly run, et cetera, et cetera." I'm just talking in general. Other earnings play, I mean, beautiful, down all day, pen down all day. So is Carvana really that is their big competitor? I don't believe we have these in Canada, so I don't think Carvana exists in Canada, and I don't think. I mean, I see the CarMax commercials in Canada, but it's possible they do exist in Canada. I don't know, but I don't know about Carvana. But even Carvana, I mean, look at this. I mean, this $400 stock down to 293 now through the 200-day moving average has earnings coming up, or had earnings last week, and you can see the reaction. All right, guys, it's 1:57 right now. So, I'll always hang around if there are questions. If there are still some questions, I will hang around. Otherwise, I'll probably be taking off around 2 o'clock. Now, for those of you in YouTube, the main room will be open till almost 4 o'clock. Okay. So even when I leave, you can come into the main room. There's still action in the main room. So only for those of you who are in YouTube, okay? So if you scroll down, click on my homepage link, scroll down, trading room right there. Free also. Just more interaction amongst traders, okay? And plus the room will be open. I have to shut YouTube down completely because I don't have anybody to monitor it. To be honest though, there's hardly very little need for like the monitoring to me is yeah, okay, people sometimes get off topic and all that. That's about the worst that happens, which is really not that bad at all. For those of you who have been around for a while, since the dusty days, and with a free room, I still have saved a couple of posts. What would happen is somebody would post something incredibly vile and just repeat it all the way down, all the way down. I'd have to shut the room down. So I mean, off topic is one thing. I mean that's minor. No mobile app, no. Boy, look at Penn now, trying to take out 15. Our news is not great, Teddy. I mean, you're talking about the news, like here, this news feed. The only reason I would ever use our news here is just, I mean, sometimes you will, if a stock has earnings, you'll probably see it, and then for previous days, okay, check to see if there's any news on the previous days. But if I'm looking for a little more up to date intraday stuff, it'll be from my Interactive Brokers. So that's what I typically use. That's where you'll see. Yeah, I don't find that in my Interactive Brokers headlines that there are a lot of fake news there. They're not usually articles as such. Well, one of the reasons, William, is that now you have to give us your email. Remember when the room used to be completely free? Not this room, but when we had, boy, it's a long time ago. What was it called? Omni? Omni something or other. That was the trading room we were using, and people could just come in. We really even had anybody try to spam us with trying to direct us to some other, like a rival platform, or haven't seen that for a long time either. And you know what? YouTube has really cleaned up their act. I used to always have to, there used to be some risky adult sites that would show up, and I used to have to delete and have to tell Yahoo, not good. They used to say, is, what's wrong with this site that you're getting rid of? I haven't seen that since I started YouTube streaming again. So they've obviously cleaned that up. You know, it's looking kind of interesting. I mean, I've shorted this twice, did okay on it, but now it looks like trying to come back. I mean, it is trying to come back. I wish I'd seen it right around here when that, the blue wave really started. But it is above the whole number, and of course, it's got a ton of room. It's an earnings play, not good, obviously. I mean, it was down quite a bit, but the next high looking left is 18. So I'll watch this one. Maybe do a trade, another trade in it when I take off. Okay, guys, any other questions? Are you talking about stocks that I've mentioned, Barry? Really? Where? I mean, I'm so careful. That's why I never say, okay, guys, you should buy this. Last thing I need is get some lawsuit out of the States. Oh, a couple of years ago. Okay. But you're talking recently. But that's exactly why I'm exceedingly cautious. I just don't need any hassle whatsoever by some lawsuit coming at me. Really? Well, I'm glad I missed that. Barry, Barry with a Y. And you're right. It only takes one person. Okay, with that in mind, I'm getting out of here before I say anything that might be taken out of context. Okay, guys, thanks for all the help all day long. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And for YouTubers, if you want to head over there, just click on my homepage link that I put in. I'll put it in one more time. The other room will be open until around 3:55 ish. Okay. So I have to end the stream right now.